Alright. Welcome back to RPG Quest, and we are back, once again, to game 359, this is Golden Sun, Lost Age on the GBA. How's it going, everybody? Happy Saturday. Brito John, hello. Mr. J, Elfish. Zirkle, XX, hello. Welcome, everyone. You take a day off. Or 20 save many worlds. Yes, gotta save all the worlds. We gotta be getting close to the end of this world, at least. We're in, like, the last area on the map. Short of, like, revisiting places. I'm sure we're gonna have to do a bunch of revisiting, but we'll get there. Switch screens to this one. Definitely get there. It definitely feels like we're near the end. We gotta be near the end, right? Hopefully nothing broke too much. I updated OBS there to 28. Every time I upgrade anything, it's like, what else could break, right? So let me know if there's anything weird. Any weirdness. Yeah, he should be ready soon. We have some guys coming every once in a while to help us from Toronto as well, so hopefully soon. Alright, start the timer. 50 hours, our longest GBA game so far. You gotta be getting near though. 46 hours in-game time. Hey, Rafi. Thank you. Yeah, we're off the map now. We're somewhere up here. I don't know how big this area is. Maybe like this is humongous. Got our A team and our B team. Blaze manipulate. Oh yeah, got this new ability in the last place, which I can't think of anywhere in like previous places I've been where this would have been useful. So usually you get something where you can like revisit places and find things. I mean, we're definitely missing some Jinn. Not that really matters at this point because our A team has like all the Jinn that they can carry with them. So we're missing one fire Jinn there. We're missing 2 fire Jinn total. We've got all the air Jinn, looks like, so basically missing 2 of each of the other Jinn. But, Put him in the fog, I know, right? There's probably a Jinn out here somewhere. I mean, I don't know how big this area is. I could just walk over the river. I guess it is frozen. I feel naked without a map, though. It's weird. Pterodons. Got some badass weapons. Got a freaking Excalibur. We got, like... triple attack Excalibur. Also have that cursed sword and Isaac we can always pull out if we need to. Gore, how's it going? No. I know, right? It's probably one in this little forest right here, I bet. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter, because I can only carry... Okay, well, I guess it would matter a little bit, because if I put an additional Jinn on my dudes, it'll get, like, some minor static gains, but the main upside is if I use a Jinn in battle, like, my stats won't reduce as much. But in terms of, like, making my team... I mean, it'd be nice to get at least one of each one, just to get my A team, like, their full Jinn kind of thing. Yeah, Sev will be offline for a while until Sev gets set up there in his new house. Yeah, absolute loser. Well, welcome to the channel. Yeah, it's definitely been a... It's been a long journey. It's been, what, 6 years? Is it 6 years? Yeah, I think 6 years this year. So it's a little over 6 years now I've been doing this. 10,000 hours of RPGs. So many different... Tinder Ginny, yeah. That one we swipe right on. Yeah, 6 years of doing this over the course of many generations at this point. Okay, this is like a dead end, so there's gotta be a Jinn here somewhere. I know, right? Seven damage, oh no! I forgot to fix my controller again. I need to put a new rubber pad beneath these buttons, because the circle button in this game especially, you use it so much that the pad under it is just like... yeah, it just sucks right now. Okay, well, no genie. Kind of feels like there should be one here just because it's like a dead end, but then again, we don't have a map, so they probably expect you to go into dead ends. It's like you don't know where you're going, so, you know, let's give them dead ends. Yes, Seb's gotta fix that. Weasel's Claw. What's our inventory doing? It's probably horrible. I've replaced the rubber pad under this controller, like, I don't know, more times than I cared to think of. So the PS4 controllers are just not built to last. Like, I'm still using my original PS2 controller, which I put through like way more hours than anything else I've ever put on, and it's fine, except for like a little bit of like drift on the analog stick, which just having to circle it real quick fixes the problem. But like PS4 controllers, yeah, those things are not. They did not last at all. Horrible. First, why do we have that set as a... How do we not have anything set to L? That's weird. Let's set reveal. Let's set like Ivan's reveal, because that way I don't waste my mana on... Sure, I'll need mind read. .360, yeah. PS3 isn't as bad. It's like every generation just get worse. I don't know about the PS1 controller, but PS2 is like, that thing has lasted like forever. PS3, I've gone through like, I don't know, one or two. Just the only real issue with PS3 controllers I usually have is the rubber on the analog sticks get kind of worn down. PS4 is like everything. The rubber underneath the buttons it just like deteriorates so fast. Analog sticks, I have like multiple controllers with analog stick issues, with like the rubber under, like on the analog stick also breaking down, like just so many things. PS4 controllers just suck. Felix, welcome back to Prox. Looks like only Mars Lighthouse still needs lighting. Hagiato didn't think you'd be coming back here, so I'm a little surprised to see you. Hagiato and Kars told me that Felix ran away because their quest was too dangerous. We've been here, I guess, at some point. Something in that little pot. Yeah, I can imagine. It's like every generation just gets worse and worse. Like, I haven't used my PS5 controller enough, but I can imagine that one just breaking down. And of course, the cost just goes up and up, right? So you're paying more for like shittier, like controllers just last less time every time. You're definitely not paying for quality. Like, I don't know if it's like a purposeful thing where they're just making them, you know, planned obsolescence kind of thing. Well, back in the day, you know, that wasn't really a thought. They're just like, let's make these good. Now it's like they purposely make them screw up. It's horrible. Do I want to raise my PP too? Let's keep raising her PP, considering she's my main group healer. Yeah, I mean, I could see, you know, like, let's say the PS2 controller, obviously, wired controllers, you don't have to worry about, like, a wireless device, you don't have to worry about batteries, that kind of stuff. And, of course, they're trying to keep the size roughly the same, so it makes sense they're going to break more often. You know, PS4's got the friggin' trackpad bullshit and stuff like that, but for stuff like the rubber wearing off on the controller, on the analog sticks, I mean, that's not something that, you know, is an internal issue, right? Like the rubber underneath the buttons. I mean, they could use a better rubber that doesn't like freaking break down. Like, I don't know. It just feels like they're just using shittier components. I got to Inkarst, left from Mars Lighthouse a little while ago. I got to Inkarst are the strongest fighters in procs. That's why we sent them. I'm worried. They've been gone for a while now, and the lighthouse still remains dark. I think you need to go inside. They're a little, they're kind of missing some color. Maybe they're a little frozen. One hand, the amount of times you need the big bad buttons in PS4 controller. Oh yeah, God, yeah, that light bar thing, yeah. It's like, just in case you have, you know, a PS4 camera and it needs to track your movement. Like, nobody uses that. It's just... I mean, usually the trackpad is used for, like, a start button. You know what I mean? It's an extra button. It's very rare you need to use it to actually do, like, trackpad stuff. Very few games do that. It's just, hey, let's give people an option that they'll never use. Just like the 6-axis on the PS3. We sent emissaries to Vale and tell them that Wayward was dying, but they wouldn't listen to us. If only they'd listen to us. Modern products are trying to make it last well enough for casual masses. Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure, like, concerning how many PS4 controllers I put through, and I mean, I haven't played PS4 anywhere near as much as I played the previous consoles. Like, those things just don't last. Like, they didn't do any sort of, like, I don't know, stress testing of these things. Just like those, you know, the drift on Switch controllers, that kind of stuff. Like, stuff that should have been seen during testing. During any sort of stress testing, like lengthy stress testing. They either knew about it and didn't care because they knew that people would have to go buy new controllers and, you know, hey, you gotta make something disposable, right? Or, you know, they just didn't do enough testing. PS4 lasted forever. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm just tougher on my controllers. Like, obviously, for stuff like RPGs, I mean, you press the X and circle button a lot. And those are the ones that wear down the fastest, right? So just constantly pressing that button, and the rubber underneath just, like, breaks down. Like, just, you get kind of a... Like, it's kind of this, like, it's almost this, like, cylinder, this rubber cylinder on top of, like, the rubber pad. And the joint where that cylinder kind of hits the pad, that usually at some point you get that kind of ripping off, like ripping apart, so you have, like, this kind of, it, like, separates a bit, so it makes the button, like, really mushy. It doesn't, like, pop up as much, if you will. So you have this really mushy feeling button. It still works, but it's, like, really mushy because you're not getting that kind of push up from the cylinder, if you will. So it's very, very mushy. Those others were stubborn, and they refused to listen to us, and they drove us out by force. I had gone in peace, hoping to convince them of the plight of the world faces. 3 years ago, we sent our finest to Soul Sanctum. All but 2 were killed in a trap. People of Vale couldn't possibly understand how dire their need was. Can we do anything with this fire? Blaze! Didn't do nothing. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played enough PS5 to break those springs, but I can imagine that definitely being a thing. Especially with the whole, the tactile, but the, what the hell they call it there, the resistance thing that those controllers give you. Of course those are going to break down. That's the thing, they just add too many things to these controllers, all these fancy little doodads, and it's just too many parts to break down. Yeah, exactly. That's true. Yeah, I can see, like, FPSs. Like, if you're playing, like, a Call of Duty game where you're constantly using those things to shoot your guns or whatever, then yes. Yeah. The rift of Mars Lighthouse gets wider every day. If we don't find a way to stop it, I think we're going to devour Prox entirely. I thought Prox would be here forever, but now it looks like it might be destroyed. The chieftain told me that the rift is growing larger every day, just like Gaia Falls is. We better light Mars Beacon soon, or Prox was finished. Nobody believed the rift would go as far south as Prox. They all thought Puel was being melodramatic, but no one thinks that anymore. Not too long ago, I climbed the mountains to the north and looked at the rift. It was huge. The northern rift has gotten so big that I couldn't even see the other side. Those boiling vegetables look like weeds. They're eating weeds. That's why these guys are all chill. I'm pretty sure I won't be eating any of these anytime soon. Once the final lighthouse is lit, the wind should weaken. They keep getting stronger, though. If this weather continues much longer, we'll all be buried under snow in no time. Lift. Can't go that way. Can't go this way either. What's the point of going over here? Oh. It's more dark matter. Can make another cursed item. This is very bright, isn't it? We've seen Saturos and Minardi. People have been saying they were killed. I can't believe anyone would have beaten Saturos Minardi. It's a very cozy place in here. The wind is so cold and bitter that we decided to go hide out inside a igloo. Mama and Papa have been acting really strange lately. They seem so sad. Whenever I ask them what's wrong, they tell me to go outside and play some more. That's some strange meat I've never seen before. Instead of using firewood, they're cooking it with burning antlers. I wonder if the meat and the antlers came from the same animal. They just told me that it would do me good to get some fresh air, but I'm freezing. I always catch a cold when I'm outside in weather like this. Does Mom want me to get sick? Yes, she does. It's one less kid to feed. These poor children. They don't understand what's going to happen to us. I just want them to be happy in the short time left to us. Oh, is it? That makes sense. Can't bring myself to tell them what's going to happen to us. Oh, please save us. Felix, you like igloos, right? No. Well, if you don't like cold things, you're in the wrong place. We just built this so we'd have somewhere to keep... something to do to keep us warm. Hate igloos, but at least it's protecting us from the wind. Yeah, you're right. It's kind of like this weird... not necessarily dark, but it's just, yeah, it's definitely not normal. Yeah, now it's like a lot brighter. It's like a weird filter on it before. We're used to the cold up here in Prox. Lately it seems to be getting worse. Cold around here, but it's the first time I've ever seen snow pile up to the river. What if Agiato doesn't reach Mars Lighthouse in time? Then you're doomed. Doomed! No one thought about our needs when they extinguished the great lighthouses. Now because of them, our great line is dying, crumbling away at the edges. To think that we all once had the power to control nature. What fools we were. Mars Lighthouse fires are not rekindled, Prox will be destroyed, but that's not all. Eventually Gaia Falls will continue to erode, and finally devouring all of Weird. I think it's too late for us already, but if they light the fires, we'll be ready for them. Go to the Mars Lighthouse somewhere. No goodies. No goodies. Prox originally flourished because concerned adepts lit the fires in the Mars Lighthouse. Now we, the people of Northern Flame, have been forgotten by the outside world. Lighthouses were all extinguished. Every great civilization faded away. So it's the exit. Let's see what they have for sale here. And new goodies, it's actually an upgrade. I haven't seen upgrades to all the shops for a while, but we've been making a lot of stuff with these crafting items. You left Prox, you were so young that you could barely lift a sword. Now look at you, you can handle any weapon with ease. What has he gone through to become so strong in such a short time? Welcome, welcome. If you need it, we've got it. What do we got? Artifacts. I don't know which of these are... Like, we sold so many things at the shop, I don't know if any of these are new. Yeah, I don't think there's anything new here. Let's buy more of these. Great, another game ticket. I was holding my game tickets. There. Soul brand. I thought like all these merchants have all this shit I've sold everywhere. They just like there's just some dude running around with a like a cart full of stuff behind us. Try to get to the merchant before we do. Now we gotta go see what this mithril can make. Mithril. Salamator. We got so many things to turn in. I just don't want to go all the way back to that smith. Ah. So far away. Yeah, probably, right? Can we sell this? No. Herbs, nuts, vials, mist. No, they do sell mist potions as regular items. I'm keeping a close eye on the northern skies. Once I see a bright flash in the distance, I'll know the last beacon has been lit. Everything is supposed to return to normal once Mars Lighthouse is lit again. I'm glad you made it back safely. The ice is making it very difficult for anyone to sail here. Nothing. This guy has anything interesting to say? Alright, Agiato and Karst have gone to the Mars Lighthouse. What if their actions only cause more turmoil? How can we be sure they're right? These catastrophes are the result of the lighthouse beacons being rekindled. This snow, this wind, it started after Jupiter Lighthouse was lit. If you could live in the snow, or in the cold without the snow, yeah. Live in a refrigerator. Get one of those big industrial refrigerators they keep for like restaurants and stuff. Just live in there. Felix, you're back, and you learned how to use synergy. I can sense the power inside of you. It's strong. Felix could become an adept so quickly. So can I. No, you can't. It's a big-ass house. Well, our chieftain grew worried about Agiato and Karst. He's gone to the northern edge of town to wait for them. Now that Saturos and his team are gone, Agiato is the last of our warriors. something happened to them. Our final hope is lost. Felix Saturo's rescued from the storm and Vale should be waiting in their room. Once Mars Lighthouse has been lit, they'll be free to return home. Don't forget, Felix, your mother and father are staying in the north end of Prox. Strossen used Felix's parents to force Felix to follow him on his mission. We've fallen in hard times when we need to coerce people to join our cause. Mars is the last lighthouse that needs to be rekindled. Once they've been taken care of, the people in Vale will be set free. Sacred feather. Anything else? Did we go to this house? I think we did. Pretty sure we did. Alright, let's go to the inn. Your mother knows you're strong and healthy, so I'm sure she's very relieved. Felix's parents were so worried about him that they were wasting away. Felix, your parents have gone away. They're very worried about you. Felix's parents were worried about him when they heard Saturos was dead. I don't know why I bothered casting that. Ocean. There's 4 beds and 8 of us. Who's staying in which room? I was gonna say, it's like, where does the lower area bring us to? Let's go grab us a Earth Gin. Damn it! Let's get buried in this thing. Not my fault. He's got in my way. Mold. Great. Found some mold. Strike a foe. Let's see if any of these are an upgrade. Lose a little bit of attack. Nah, probably the best one. Some blue cheese. Blue cheese. There's something behind here. It feels like there should be something behind here. Okay, why does reveal go away instantly? That's weird. Because I'm on ice. Tremor, maybe? Force? No. Can we parch it? Even once we light the lighthouse, this will be unfrozen. Let's try bombing it. No. We can't wait for Agiato and his men any longer. If we wait much longer, this wind and snow will make it impossible to reach the lighthouse. We're going to the lighthouse. Will any of you come with me? Well, I can't let you go on your own. If something were to happen to you, who would lead our village? Please, you must let us go in your stead. How can you expect to accomplish what Agiato and Kars could not? They may have been more powerful than any of us, but we can't just stand by. We're not coming back just like Satoros. You just have to let us try. I can't allow it. Listen to your elder, he speaks wisely. I'm speaking to you too, Puel. Agiato and Kars cannot do the task. How can you do it? A single man hope to do it. What are you saying? If we stand around and debating, our town is doomed for certain. We can't risk sacrificing any more lives. So we must sit here and wait for a miracle to come. The miracle will never come. They're not here. Strange, we looked all over the village. We can't find any trace of them at all. Everyone says they practically vanished without a trace. It's so strange. You don't think they wouldn't have gone to the lighthouse? It is very cool. It's practically frozen. Eric had enough of that shit and heads back to the inn. Yeah. Heads back home. The miracle realizes he's not wearing a coat. Goes back and kills a few monsters to get some furs. Yeah, you're probably right. I was going to be upset that we didn't follow his orders to free them, though. He's clear about it, too. When Felix returns to Proc, set his parents free. By that he meant, like, slit his parents' throat. Set them free from the mortal coil. Felix took the trouble coming back for his parents. Now they're just gone. Can't think of anywhere else Felix's parents might have gone. Well, it ordered me to set your parents free. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here now. One thing is, no one else is here. I don't know where your parents went. Well, I wanted to see Felix's parents free before Prox was destroyed. If we can't find them, how can we set them free? There is some strange dish made using fish eggs. There are strings coming from them. I wonder if that's normal. You. Why is sunlight streaming in, by the way? Isn't it like snowing outside? There shouldn't be any sunlight. How's it going, Bandera? Welcome. Alright, guess we're gonna see the dudes who are waiting for us. Your miracle is here. You, Felix, it's you. Whether you returned to us, you look so much stronger than when you left. It seems he has brought some allies with him. Maybe it's like sleet. That'd be even worse. Yes, I'm Kraden. My name is Isaac. It's like freezing rain. Isaac. Isn't that... That's the name of the one Agiato said had killed Satoros Minardi. Isaac, stop that. You are correct, but Isaac has reasons for fighting them. Satoros Minardi had invaded Vale, stolen its sacred treasure, and triggered a volcano. You cannot blame Isaac for pursuing them and fighting to regain what had been stolen. We only wanted to stop them. We didn't think they'd fight us to the death. They flung themselves into the opening of Venus Lighthouse's beacon. The Satoros Minardi put up a good fight. Not really, no. They were pretty easy. Bet you thought you didn't stand a chance against them, huh? Hey, this guy is like... Yep. It's pattern time. Mighty Morphin pattern time. They're probably really tense the whole time. Satoru's minority had a job to do, that was all. If I'd been in your shoes, I would have done the same thing. I can't blame you. These guys are pretty forgiving some dude who, like, murdered their friends. In the end, you were stronger than they were. You should be proud of that. I'm sad that they lost their lives in their quest, but there's no avoiding it. What has happened cannot be undone. You should cooperate to find a way to save Weird. I understand that Agiato and Kars have made for Mars Lighthouse and not returned. And all that remains for us is to wait until Gaia Falls carries us all into our doom. Seems that Mars Lighthouse is as dangerous as all the rest. We only have a few soldiers remaining, and none who can make the climb to the Eyrie. Saturos and perhaps Agiato were strong enough to reach the top. And none of them can help us now. Think we can do it? Nah. Felix, what are you thinking? Climbed all 3 lighthouses already. What's one more? Let's go to Mars Lighthouse. They've proven themselves strong enough. I say we trust in Felix to do this. This is an unexpected turn of events, but yes, I think you can light the lighthouse. Off to the Mars Lighthouse. Let's go, Felix. Come on, Isaac. One more, yeah, until they reveal a 5th lighthouse or something. There's one thing that I don't want you to forget. In order to light the beacon of Mars Lighthouse, you'll need to have the Mars Star. Ah, and Agiato and Kars have the Mars Star now. You must find Agiato and Kars, and you must take the Mars Star from them. Thanks for your help. Future Weird rests in your hands. If they're strong enough to defeat Satoru's minority, perhaps they can do the job. If this doesn't work, we're all finished. Fox, Weird, even Vale, all will be lost. Either Elder Northwell will tell us what's going on in the lighthouse. Why are we training so much? The lighthouse shouldn't pose that much danger. If they don't light the beacon and they don't return home, Agiato's team would have failed. Will is stronger than any of us, and there's nothing he can do to save us. But if we don't take some kind of action, Fox will be destroyed for sure. Yeah, no. I always take like the wrong answer, and like, yeah, pretty much doesn't matter what you choose. Whatever you choose always gives you the same result. You were like, Felix, stop that shit. We're doing it anyways. Like, come on, why ask me then? It's probably like a Jinn hanging around here somewhere. Legend. It's like electrified. No. No, yes. No, no. And one thing I was thinking about, too, which, no, I guess I don't really have it. Never mind. Gallon Rider. Nirvana. Probably like a Jinn hanging out right here. It kind of stands out a little bit, doesn't it? Alright, let's go to the Mars Lighthouse. Don't know. I'm supposed to do with this ice. I don't think there is anything I can do with this ice. Treasure. Apple. What does that do again? Raises something. Boost attack. Give him more attack. Hey, Master of Light. How's it going? I really should go and go back to the smith of this crap, but man, I don't want to go back. It's so far away. We still don't have, there's like those magic circles, which I'm assuming is some sort of teleportation thing. Maybe that's what we'll get here. Maybe teleportation will let us, like, use that in the overworld. That'd be amazing if I get some fast travel. Then I might go back to the smith. Then I might go revisit, like, places, other places, see if I missed anything else. We got, like, so many abilities now, it's like, I didn't bother going back once we picked up Isaac and team, because... Mimic! Excalibur. Maximum Excalibur? Oh, only one hit Excalibur. Garrett is now a level 34 hero. Oh, it's the B team. We got a cookie. Yay. Oops. Quickly running out of inventory. What do I do with this thing? Probably can't do anything with it until we melt that ice. Oatmeal raisin. Those are some weird looking raptors. Ow. Alright. Any of these synergies be useful against these? Let's try them all. No. Grind. There's a lot of synergies you use like once and you just never use again. First, probably need whatever synergy we use in this area, or whatever synergy we get in this area. Let's go some sort of like fire creation one, because we can manipulate flames, but we can't like create flames. Yeah. So what probably happens, one of those that gets set on fire, and then we use the blaze spell to actually, you know, use those, get those flames where we need them. Something shiny in there. Apparently. Do not hold the star, you shall not ascend to the heavens. Be gone. But I want to go to the heavens. Bird on the wings of truth, they ruled the winds. fish, with cold courage they ruled the water. Dragons running with might, they ruled the fires. Mankind, the power of wisdom, they ruled the earth. Hey Baines, how's it going? These are intractable. Busy, busy, busy. Yep, I know that. Quite a few games use the Nazca line thing, especially the bird one. I mean, this one does it obviously a few times, but... Mind read these? Gotta go find where the hell they went with the Mars star. There's another path I can go. Doodlebug. Level 34. Yeah, I know, right? Just gotta figure out how to create fire. How do we get down there? We have to manipulate fire on this one. Can we use this thing? No. It feels like I'd have to light this thing on fire, which would then make this dragon like breathe fire or something. Let me just try using that blaze thing on those ice, just to see if it melts it at all. Oh, I can go over here. Didn't see that path. Yeah, most likely we'll get something that'll start fires, or maybe we'll just activate a fire somewhere, which will light some of those weird torch things up. Vaporize that bird. Sharp device is poking up through the floor. Use the fire thing here? No. Found it. Doesn't seem interactable, so... Grind, maybe? There we go. Okay. You could do that, the one down the bottom. Pound the shaft. Pounded real good. Minos Warrior. It's a very pink firebird. Oh, wow. That firebird, that hurt. Wish well. So fast I didn't see who leveled up or what they got. I think somebody got an ability, but I didn't notice who leveled up. Searing beam at some point. Don't know when that happened. Burst it. I figured that wouldn't do a lot of damage to Firebird. 11. Man, these guys give a lot of XP. I didn't notice. 6,000 XP apiece. Okay, so we're definitely going to be getting whatever lets us use these things in here. Which probably is some sort of teleportation, because there's always like a pair. So it probably teleports you from one to the other. And I'm hoping that lets us like fast travel. So I can go just see the smith really quickly. Yeah, yeah, it seems like all the Phoenixes are, high XP. There's something, do I have to push something here? Was there a... Okay, it's that thing on top there, gotta push that over. Must get to level 99. Yeah, let's not do that. Before we do that, let's see what's over here. If anything... Yeah, so we're definitely getting some sort of teleportation thing. Figures they give us like fast travel right at the end of the game. Assuming it even works as fast travel, which I'm hoping it does. Need a bunch of this. Just a few Mega 10 games to go through. Yeah. Gonna say, maybe you should have waited a little longer there. I forgot to pause the game when you actually use the ability. 30 episodes. That's it? Only 10 episodes a day? You're not hooked. How's it go, Nico? Must watch it all. How many episodes of SAO is there in total? Like all the series. $73. Well, you got 4 days to finish the other. Oh, jeez, no. Oh, fuck. Got greedy there. So 4 days to finish another 43. You got this. How am I using move here? Let's push him normally. Oh my god. Ah, that's close. Should save after that. Of course there is. It's basically a harem anime. If there's a harem, it's going to be a lot of fan service. Especially later series. grind the top of that again. Hey, Duck Live. What am I doing? Nope. Finally get to use my blaze ability. Okay. Let's figure what those would do. Later series. The one where, you know, they're just the fairies or whatever. It's like, hey, let's give Kirito some incest stuff going on, you know what I mean? Gotta have that incest thing going. Well, pretty much this whole like cousin, his cousin slash stepsister thing going on, you know. Gotta throw that in there because of course they do. Boom. Yeah, like the first series, the first season was like nothing like that, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, let's just have his stepsister slash cousin kind of want to get in his pants because, you know, fan service. Gee, I wonder what I should use in this room. Nope. Another one of these circles. Doesn't do me any good right now, though. Just want keeping it in the family. Sister princess. Just waiting for that anime that's like My Sister is My Mother or some weird shit name like that. Like some sort of weird light novel adaptation. It's a matter of time. Regen dance. What? Do we get double the experience if that happens? Yep. So I mean, it's very creepy. You know, first she's like his sister, but then, oh, they're just step brother and sister. Oh, but she's actually his real cousin. It's like, that doesn't make it any better game. It doesn't make it any better show. Yes, it does. When they do revive, you get the extra experience. It's nice. Slayer, Stone Spire. Sorcerer. Bum, 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 bum. But Kenshi though, or Halcon, man, so much more stuff to go see the Smith for. Really hope this teleportation thing gives us fast travel. Oh god, ow. Yeah, no, right? It's not as... Oh god, no. It's not as bad as you first thought. They're not directly related, but they are. Yep. That's what I mean, it just gets worse as the series goes on, right? Mia's a level 35 angel. Mia's dead. Story of a guy who's his own grandpa. Time travel animes get weird. Alright, so we can capture this dude. Probably have to fight it. Go up there, which means I'd have to land on top of that one. Can I move these? Let's see. Okay, so I could move this if I restarted in the other one, but how do I get back there? Okay, gotta go this. Nope. Damn it. There. God love sliding ice puzzles, right? So that it better not run. I don't think I've had one of these run in a while. Let's slide. Boo, Mr. J. Boo. Time to murder with Excalibur. Got the triple attack Excalibur too. Didn't even last one round. It's kind of sad. So all we need now is one more fire one for her, and everybody's got like 9. Revive all downed allies. Ooh, that's a pretty strong one. Assuming he survives and everybody else dies, but which is probably unlikely, but whatever. It does pee on me. At least it wasn't golden. Well, I guess the earth ones are golden. Okay, so we're probably going to get the ability of using these teleporters now, because it's the only way of getting out of here. Teleport Lapis. Hooray! The big question is this usable outside of anything? Just those teleport. I really hope this is usable out in the world. You can fast travel places. Teleport at will is what it said. Teleport at will as long as you have these teleporting stones. couple places I need to reuse this. Alright, please be fast travel. Please. Nice. Fast travel. Hooray! Now we can revisit all these places. We gotta go to that turtle place. Some other town I have to go to. I forget what it was. Tons of places to revisit. That's a good question, actually. I mean, I guess I could always re-teleport back to where I was. Get my ship back that way. Alright. I haven't found any rusty weapons in a while. I mean, most of the rusty weapons I found were garbage anyways, but... Only 3 more streams? Only. I got a lot of shit to give this guy. Alright, let's see if we can get rid of the mithril. Why does he walk so slow? What if you use teleport outside of a magic circle? It'll just like teleport you out of the dungeon. Some mithril clothes. That's probably garbage here, but let's there's my notepad here. Notepad. Mithril. Mithril clothes. Entering and exiting the sanctum? Is that the thing that's just below us there? Or you mean like the one with the priest, right? It's probably garbage. Let's see. Raises evade, which increases crits. I mean, I don't know why it says raises evade when it increases crits, which could be good. I mean, that means better chance of critting like Excalibur or whatever, but... So that's a good potential, maybe. Everybody could use it, so... Oops. So that's a potential good one. Pretty, but they weigh 200 pounds. Increase crit. Let's make an extra save just in case these are good and we never see them again. Next. Poor Frodo. Which one's the priest one? Not that one. Not down here. I mean, it's not that much better, actually. Still have to go all the way down here. It's basically the same distance as going to the I mean, slightly faster, I guess. Come on, get in the door. Of course, we get the clothes again. Which just be the only thing I get out of the... Orichalcum is usually better than Mithril, so I'm assuming the Excalibur is probably going to be better than whatever I can make out of this, but... Gotta try. In terms of pure weapons, anyways. What in 5? Well, it's 2 and 2 right now for the odds. I still love that they don't tell you what you get. She's just like, hey, here's something, give me some money, and suddenly you have like no money left because it costs like 500,000 gold or something like that. What the hell? 1 in 5, my ass. 1 in 5. It's 3 and 3 so far. Pretty much. Maybe it's the best item, and the game just keeps on giving us the best item. Probably not, though. I mean, it's decent. I mean, if all I had to choose is that, I mean, I'll take it. Oops. Nope. We got a circlet. A psychic circlet. Trash. Probably like PP boost or something. The RNG manip? Not as far as I'm aware. The RNG is using my manip. Restores PP. Okay, so it gives me more PP. 12 PP recovery. Eh. Psychic. I mean, I would definitely choose the armor over this. Circlet. Plus PP recover. Next. me some clothes again. That's right. Mithril Helm. The best outcome. Increases crits. That's like everything else does. A good amount of defense too. What am I using for a hat right now? Am I using a hat? Jewel Crown boosts luck. The other one increases crits. I don't know what luck does. I'm not sure if luck adds to the crits chance as well. But I don't know. It might be a good boost in luck. Mithril Helm. Increase crit. Seems like probably a good number of these is going to increase crit. Gotta keep trying, see what else I can make. We'll make another save. Oh, you get hit with status effects. That would make sense. Because, yeah, these other ones literally say increases crit, so it's gonna make it more likely for me to get Excalibur off. Which is pretty damn good damage. Controller decided to conk out. 1 second. Yep. They're all nodding. It's like, yep, this is good. Come on, controller. Off. On. On. Bluetooth decided to give up. Does that every once in a while. Come on. Come on. Turn on. There. It's got to turn off. It's got to like try to connect first time and then try to connect the second time and then works. Alright, let's see what else we can make out of this. It's got to be at least a weapon. I mean, I doubt it'd be better than Orichalcum, but maybe it is. Because typically Orichalcum is like the best thing you can make things out of. Give myself another Excalibur. Give it to Piers. We'll like try 2 more attempts and then. Oops. Oh, there's a weapon. Mithril Blade. It's probably crap. It doesn't even have a special name, just called Mithril Blade. The problem is like the critical effects of these. Like I don't know how good they could be, right? Like sometimes they could be like really amazing and it's not obvious. Unleashes Leth Albion. Sounds cool, but yeah, definitely a major downgrade in terms of attack power. Okay, so the mithril weapons are probably gonna be crap anyways. Unless they have like a really amazing unleashes, but yeah, I think we'll take the helmet because I'm sure we can get some more clothes. What's she using right now? It's 10 luck. Alright, next. Got like a bunch of these iron core, golem cores or whatever. Can we get anything with this magma ball? I don't really like the cursed stuff. I mean, the cursed weapon's pretty nice, except of course you have to use that cleric ring to counter it. But do I have? Oh yeah, here we go. Got these salamander tails, which I'm assuming aren't going to create weapons, maybe accessories, would be my guess. I don't know if I even save scum this. I'll just see what I get. And did I make salamander tail stuff yet? You have the day off? No, it's my normal day off. Maybe it was in the government, but no. I didn't make anything with salamander tails yet. Salamander. Yeah, I'm pretty sure at this point any weapons I'm gonna get is gonna be crap compared to the stuff I have. Maybe. Yeah, it's kind of weird not having a queen now, considering, you know, like how long, for most people's lives she's been queen, like most people's entire lives. Some sort of shield. Flame shield. Yeah. Can't see him being king for too long. Resist fire. Woo. I mean, I'm sure we're gonna run into a boss that uses fire in the dungeon here, but plus fire riz. You should have made him craft all the stuff and then just write it all down and reload. My new life, just crafting things forever. Come on. Some sort of rod. Salamander rod? Or if that's an upgrade for what's her face. Unleashes fire dance. It's a slight upgrade. That's probably the best thing I'm gonna get out of this, I bet. Something I can actually use. Let's make another one anyways. keep wanting to talk to this guy for some reason. It's like, why would I be talking to this guy? I'm sure most of these things are even going to give us like fire attacks or fire defense. It's going to be the same thing, isn't it? Oh, fire sword of some kind. Burning sword. Man, they're really original with these names. Some sort of fire attack, of course. Any better than what he has right now? Laser rush. Nope. It's trash. I guess I can give it to these guys. Here you go, Ivan. Have a sword that you'll never use. It's like, where did he go? He said he was gonna light the lighthouse, right? Mommy, are we gonna die? Yes, son. Let's make some more dark matter stuff, so we give it to Isaac. He's the only one who has the ring. We gave him the cool dark sword before. It looked like a badass thing. You can dual wield dark swords. What thou must. Some sort of shield. Terra shield. Give some strength, some attack boost. There you go, Isaac. Have a shield. Oh my god, it's cursed! Air nose! I mean, it's not like I'm ever going to use them, so let's keep whatever we got. Oh, what a thunk! Yeah. Man, I hope you don't find anything better than this cursed item. Alright, so with these golem cores, we got 3 of these, so... Yeah, that sword is pretty badass. See if he's giving us anything cool. Imagine golem cores are probably like earth-based equipment, maybe. Sort of armor. Chronos mail. Raises HP. Same amount of or slightly more defense than we have right now. What are we using right now? Restores HP. So I can restore HP or get some additional HP with slightly more defense. And his attack would go down. He gets... I mean, it's slightly better what I'm using right now, I guess. I don't really care about the restore. It's barely anything. Gives me plus 20 HP. 2 more to turn in anyways, so... Why does he have to walk so slow to that frickin'... Why do we have to wait for him to get there? Can't we just, like, leave while he's walking over there? Like, no. You have to wait. You want to save his gumness? We're gonna make it painful to do so. I knew it. I didn't even know the side of that crap. I mean, it was an okay piece of armor, but it wasn't like, oh my god, the best thing ever. It's gonna be three in a row, isn't it? Yeah, that's all you get is the freaking Chronos mail. Well, we know it's a common item, anyways. He was like, you're gonna take this Chronos mail and you're gonna like it. Maybe this is like rusty weapons. You always get the one thing and that's it. Just Chronos mails for everybody. Mr. Chin. Oh, some sort of axe. Gaia's axe? Yeah, I figured it's some sort of earth-based attack thing. What a surprise! Unleashes Mother Earth. It's weaker than their current weapons. Oh, what a funk! There you go, you can have this, Garrett. Enjoy. Look, this kid just like boots it out of there. I wish he would move that fast. At least we need at least one of those. Wow. It's Chronos mail. Whatever. You're like, was it 5 Chronos mails out of 6 attempts? It's like a 90% chance of getting Chronos mail. How do these guys have better armor than this already? What the fuck? I don't know, I guess he's got good defense. Whatever. Alright. Anything else to turn into this guy? Spore Calcum. Let's make another Excalibur for Piers. Was it? No. Where did we get Excalibur? Was it there from the Orichalcum? I think it was. So for the 3 things I had made when I had it the first time, and I kind of, as soon as I saw the Excalibur, I was like, oh, this is probably going to be the best option. So I took it. It was like Big Bang gloves, there's a Millennium helmet. Actually, I didn't write down the stats. And of course we got the Excalibur, and it's like, alright, we're sticking with this. Come on. Excalibur. No, sort of hat, Millennium Helmet, yeah. It's probably like the trash tier thing you can get out of it. Oh yeah, raises HP. A whopping 20 HP. Woo! It's probably the gag reward. Trash tier one. Turbo. You can go a little faster. I'm doing good, Beans. How you been? For some reason I keep wanting to go talk to that guy, and I was like, oh wait a second, I just need to go in and out. Some sort of wand? Nebula wand. Unleashes Reverse Star. It's definitely an upgrade. I mean, it's an upgrade for her, technically. I should go see what this Reverse Star does. Doubt it's better than a second Excalibur, but can dude even use Excalibur actually? Okay, you can now. Fireback versus rats. It's a lot of rats. That'd be horrible. How's it going, Sunfall? Oh yeah, so the boat definitely comes with you. I just need to get her to crit, and she's never gonna crit. You know, when you want encounters, you never get them. Okay, absorb something. It wasn't health, so... It's probably PP, maybe? Sure, it doesn't matter that much. I mean, I never, except for my healers, potentially could run out of PP, but Death Stranding and Gargoyle's Quest 2. It's a weird mix. So delivering packages while playing a Game Boy game. I've been doing good. Bug Snacks. I haven't tried that one. NES, really? The first one wasn't the first one on Game Boy? Then they released the sequel on NES. Seems kind of weird. This is Game Boy, second one is NES, and third is SNES. Wow. It's weird. It's kind of the reverse order they usually do them. Well, the whole NES to, oops. Game Boy to NES, I should say. Keep going for an Excalibur. Probably got like really lucky with Excalibur last time. I imagine that's probably a really hard one to get. Took me, what, 3 attempts? And it's on Excalibur, and it's like, alright, we're stopping. Got Big Bang Gloves that was just like plus fire or something. Seems like that and Millennium Helm were probably the crappy items you can get with the Orichalcum. I wish you could save before you pick up the item, and then it would determine at that point, but from my limited testing. It was as soon as you turn it in is when it determines what you get. Which is annoying because you gotta do this every time. But, you know, they can't make save scumming easy. It's keeping you busy. One thing after another stopping it from being completed. Ugh. It's always fun. Trying things. Yeah. Okay, this Nebula Wand seems to be another common thing. Come on, give me another Excalibur. Let's get some shitty gloves, got a shitty hat. Doesn't seem to be that good wand. Might absorb PP. Actually, the one might be decent for... If it does absorb PP, I mean, it could be decent for Jenna, because she could attack and get some PP back. Because she's gonna be, like, healing like crazy. She's our main healer, so... Death Stranding is 120 hours to Platinum? Wow. Re-elected. I can understand why people bounce hard off of it. Yeah, it's one game I still haven't touched, and I need to pick up at some point just to try it out. I'm sure it'd be a kind of game that I would probably enjoy because, you know, definitely feels. It seems like it's a more relaxing kind of game. I would just go deliver a lot of packages, you know. It's pretty much what you do in RPGs, right? Just a lot of like repetitions, like this is fine. Logistics simulator. The FedEx sim partnered with UPS. Damn it. We're never gonna see an Excalibur again, are we? I just got really lucky when I got the Excalibur. It's probably like a 1% chance, and I just got in like 3 tries. Do we have any other items, actually? I think it's the last thing we have to turn in is this orichalcum. Move faster! Why is he so slow? So far it seems to be the Big Bang Gloves, Millennium Helm. Actually, I haven't seen another Millennium Helm. It seems to be more uncommon, even though it's crap. It seems like Big Bang Gloves and this wand are the 2 most common things. Chill until the moment to decidedly not chill. It suddenly like flips, does a 180. Oh yeah. Get attacked a lot. Oh, first time I've seen this armor. Zillion armor. See if this is any good. Raises attack. It's decent armor, I guess, but I don't know. Do I want this? Do I want to keep attempting? Be nice to get another Excalibur, but at this rate, screw it. Alright, see where else we can go. So now that we can fast travel, finally, we got all these new abilities that I haven't really revisited the world with. Oh yeah, we definitely need to go back to that. Which one had the turtle? I think see a time. There's definitely a teleporter stone or teleporter pad there. So let's go there first. What? You can't teleport there? It's weird. I guess you can only teleport to towns. I mean, hey, it's better than nothing, I guess. Let's go see the Toidles. Here, Toidles, Toidles. Yep. Nope, I found the turtle. Get some turtle soup. Let's go to the turtle's secret spot. That sounds wrong. Alright, let's see where this sends us. It's gonna be like probably gonna be like a new summon, I'm guessing, which we'll use once to see what it looks like and never use again. Wonderbird. And those are a good experience. Nope. Probably is, which... These things are tough, what the hell? Yeah, the Wonderbird was probably some like insanely good XP. We just missed out. Yeah, it's pretty good XP. Good place to grind if I need to grind for any reason. So I don't. This thing seems to reduce strength. Something there on that pillar. He's gonna run away, isn't he? What am I I'm still missing a fire one. Get Jenna's fire ones maxed out. Would've been nice to find a fire one. Oh well. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, instead of being below the pillar, like you would think it would be, you have to be like in front of the statue, which is actually like you're definitely a lot to the right of the statue. Like right here, you're definitely like way further from the statue than you would be right here, since it's on top of this pillar, supposedly. Oops. Sends a chilling finishing blow. Alright, any of these, it's an upgrade for HP attack goes up. Lose a little bit of PP, but I get some HP. Shield one is pretty decent. Steam, lose a little bit of attack. Give it to her. So that was like a bonus gift, so... I guess we'll get some sort of summon here. Wonder Bird. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if it's like an infinite hallway. It just goes on forever. It's like, how far are we going to go here? Maybe the whole point was to get that Jinn, and the rest is just there to troll you. Definitely starting to think it's looping. I mean, it's not like wasted, like we're getting these Wonder Birds, I guess. No continental breakfast. That's the deal killer right there. He's not even alive to get murdered by Excalibur. Admiral. Two dragons. Ow. Ow. I need to heal. Okay, I'm definitely thinking this is looping forever here. I guess I could turn around, and if I instantly go to the exit. So maybe the only point was to get that that Jinn. Really? Oh, no. I was gonna say I'm really ready to turn around, but the game's like, oh yeah, there's actually an end. It's gonna be another super boss or something. Kind of like that, the magician dude. Yep. He's guarding a summon I'll never use, and the Guardian of Wind. What was the other guy a guardian of? So there must be at least 4 super bosses, right? 1 for each element. If you claim my power, you must prove your worth. Sentinel. Maybe I should have healed up first. Compare. Yeah, was that the dude at the end of the Treasure Island, Star Magician? Yeah. I murdered him already. It's dissipated my synergy. Not my armor. No. Triple attack. Okay, that's not fair. Okay, so you definitely can't hit him with synergy attacks. Here, but you fan. Oh no, I got the teleport things. Like, let's see if this is a fast travel thing, and sure enough, it is. So now we gotta go fast travel around the world and explore all these other places I need to visit. Because the game forced me to. It's the game's fault, I swear. The game made me do it. Hey, Square Self Golden RPG Era. You're appreciating you on the JRPG subreddit? Really? That's pretty cool. The RPG Gamer subreddit. I'll have to go check out those subreddits. Let's boost my attack even more here. Should have come to this with, like, my dudes prepared. Triple legend. Oh, only a single legend. A couple shrines. I need to use break on this guy to see if I can get rid of that, Wait, didn't I get double attack on Felix? Oh, I think he cancelled my, my double attack when he did that break on us. Which is kind of annoying. You can do that. Keep punching him in the face. Zagayan. Let's see if we can cast break on him. Oh, did he? I didn't even notice. I was looking at chat. so you can't even break them. It's probably a Jinn that does the same thing, though. And need to heal. Punch him in the face. Summon Jupiter. Pose resistance. There, let's try this one. Valkyrie profile? Yeah, Valkyrie profile had pretty good music. This one there's a lot of repetition for a lot of stuff, but overall definitely a good soundtrack. It actually reduces defense there, it didn't say it did. I wonder if Sheba attacks, because her attack thing reduces defense, so... Ow. Oh, Sheba's probably dead. Oh, she actually survived that because it was lightning based. Yield. I'm assuming if it doesn't actually say it reduces the defense, it probably doesn't, even though it does in the animation thing. Ow. Okay, come on. Leave Sheba alone. Does he get like 4 attacks now? Damn it. That was rude, sir. Very rude. Yeah, exactly. It's nice when companies like know that. I hate revives that can fail. Love when companies know that music is like the most important thing in a game, an RPG especially. Because without good music, you're gonna just get tired of the game. I mean, look at Hoshigami, right? Hoshigami, it's a game that has meh, you know, gameplay, and then the music just makes it terrible. It goes from like being like a game that would just be purely meh to a game that's just like, oh, just make it end. Revive. Maybe I should start trying to get some of these summoned. Gonna be hard to. See if we can get a Zool summoned. We need 4. See if we blind them. Yeah, exactly. The Star Wars franchise, yeah. That'd be so wrong. Oh, his defense returned to normal. Let's start summoning more dudes. Like the Mighty Guests. Act twice per round. Alright, you do that. You do... weaken his attack. That is very true. Some games are extremely memorable from music, like, you'll remember the music more than you remember the game. Square is quite, especially Square. Square is very aware about music. Like, music is definitely extremely important in a lot of their games. Heal. Super heal. Alright, we do a double attack. I need her to summon. Need to keep summoning these guys. We need to get the. We need one more of these, I think. Yeah, one more. Oh wait, which one am I summoning? I thought I was summoning this one, but no. I guess we'll do the Kotliku. So we already have 3, so. Triple attacks. Hey, Rep. How's it going? So much damage. Oh, come on. Shitty attacks. Lightning strike him. I have, yes. Kicked his ass. Triple. Oh, we dodged. Good job, Jenna. Alright. Summon this Kokliku, whatever. Oh wait, this is just a healing. Damn it. Eclipse. So we'll use the Eclipse. Mercury. Mufasa. Making another Lion King thing. Another Peter Pan movie. They just keep milking those franchises, don't they? And triple AoEs. A whole 192 damage. Square Enix will announce another Cloud Final Fantasy VII single adventure RPG for PS5. Like what, as an expansion of the remake? When's the second episode of the remake supposed to be coming out? Did they announce that yet? Probably like next year or something. So I need, what, 3 of these, right? Strike a bow. So I need 3 and 4. Working on Devil May Cry needs Bayonetta. From software making a Castlevania game. Well, you know, Konami's not going to do anything good with the Castlevania franchise, so might as well hand it off to a company that would actually do something good with it. Would never happen, but... Sentinel, stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself, Sentinel. Stop it. Final Fantasy Tactics 2. That's triangle strategy. Golden Sun 4, yeah. That would never happen, unfortunately. We can all dream, but... Okay, one more... Good try, Sheba. Good try. This is all the game. From Software already makes, like... already stretches themselves thin as it is. She gets a turn of not needing to do something. Okay, he's summoned enough. So we need one more water dude, and then we can murder his ass. We can heal. Do you have a... What's a potion? Spirit ring, here. Yeah, true. Of course, we're gonna kill this guy before we can get this summon. Alright, healing. Hit him in the face. Summon Azul. It's the one we got from the Searing from the magician dude. Let's see if it's any good. Really? That's it? 899 damage? That's pathetic. What else is this guy at this point? What a disappointing attack out of that one. Pretty much. All these super bosses are tanky as hell. They're not especially hard, they're just tanky. I am kind of running low on PP for Jenna, but I got a lot of those PP restoration items, so might as well use some after all. Nine. Plus we got this aroma thing, which I should be using more often. Ow. Start with the V. It's blue. Are we there yet? He really wants to kill Jenna, doesn't he? Really wants to kill Jenna. Twice. Yep. Oh, that's super bosses for you in these games. Man, in hindsight, I should have come into the fight ready with my my best summons. I just, didn't think of unsetting all my dudes, as I usually do with these battles. So I just have to do it during the battle, which kind of sucks. Right now, I'm like he heals 200 per turn too. So in cases like this, I did like 100 damage to him that turn. Okay, maybe more now with Excalibur. Some more of these. Give me a triple Excalibur, nice. Aw, I didn't get to summon my the dude I was preparing for Sheba. Oh well. That was like one bird's worth of experience. Alright, let's get a summon that we'll never use again. What's this one gonna be? It's probably some sort of fire base as the screen's red. Catastrophe. 5 and 3. Oh, we already have like 4 ready for the 3 Mars, right? Let's try doing the next battle. Not all yet, no. I mean, I've got most. I think it'd be nice to get at least one more fire one, that way I would have enough for Jenna. And I'm like 2 fire ones behind. So I'm missing 2 fire and missing, like, I got a pretty good majority considering. Like, so many places to revisit potentially now. Now that we have the teleportation. Just want to have like one random battle here. Alright. Let's see what the catastrophe is like. Embodiment of destruction. It's badass. I gotta say, the summons in this look pretty damn good. Nope, rip the planet. That's it, 686 damage. Unless that was their health and it just happened to do exactly like max damage or something to them. Didn't seem that strong. Just like that other summon, the one that I used during the battle. It was like, what, 6 Jin in total and did like 800 damage. It's like, this was a lot of effort for very little reward. Yup. Yup. Back we go. There's definitely a couple places I need to revisit. Especially now that I have teleportation. I mean, it's going to be... a lot of places I need to re-look at. Oops. Alright. Places that we might want to go visit. Did I ever go to the desert after I got the sand ability? That'd be a place that sand probably... I don't think I did. Let's go visit that. Because that'd be a place that would potentially have, you know, something where sand would have been useful. And I don't think I ever went there. Other towns, I mean, there's definitely another town that had a teleporter. There's also there's a cave up here which doesn't show up on the map, but there's a cave up here I need to revisit. Yeah, it makes sense, I guess. Yeah, you boost your elemental effect, and then you like murder them with the summon the second time. Let's try the desert. Well, we're in a little half route. Let's go see what if the mayor has anything new to say. Mayor, however, does not wish to meet with you. Please step back. They made a mess of things, letting Briggs get away. What's wrong with you? Mayor trusted you. You were his favorites, but not anymore. Oh man. We pissed off the mayor. Oh well. There's no way up from in here, was there? I don't think so. Did I ever go back here without the boat? Maybe it was like something that opened up. Probably not. Sand. I'm trying to think of places where sand would actually be useful. Wait, that's right, we can... Sand. Yeah, we can go up waterfalls, right? That leave us... I'm trying to think if there's a waterfall that put us anywhere new. I wouldn't be surprised. It's an end of an era for sure. I'm sure the new king will do so much better than his mother. Yeah, we're all doomed. There's these weird things here. Yeah, definitely haven't been here, so there's definitely a point in going here with sand. I don't think there'd be a, I'd be surprised if there's a djinn in here, because... Oh wait, fucking teleportation thing. I was gonna say, like, because this was something I would have been able to access a while ago, but I wouldn't have been able to access this, so... Maybe a djinn in here, maybe another super boss, which maybe I should have gone to the inn. I guess we can get her PP back during a couple battles here. She may be the first British monarch. I mean, she, I guess, is. I'm pretty sure, who was the king before? It was like King George or something? Like a million years ago? The internet wasn't even like the twinkle of anybody's eye at that point. Computers weren't a twinkle in anybody's eye at that point. It's crazy to think how long ago the Queen's been queen. Is it Edward? I don't know. Definitely before all our times, pretty much. Long time ago. It'll definitely be a government thing. I don't know if we'll get a holiday here in Canada, like a national holiday. Probably will, especially here in Ottawa. I mean, Canada's capital, so can I just blow this up with first? Well, you know, Nintendo stopping to make video game systems, I don't think it'd be much of a loss, but stopping making games, maybe. Oh, this isn't part of the Phoenix family. SQ penises. Would totally happen. PB's fully back once we run into the super boss in this area. Which there probably will be one. I'm like going random directions here. Mithril. Get some of those mithril armors. You got a stat holiday for December 30th? Oh yeah? Let me check here in Canada. Or in Canada, in Ontario. So our funeral's the 19th. There's a bank holiday. I mean, banks can take holidays on a drop of a hat, so that doesn't tell them much. So I don't know. Maybe I'm sure the government was definitely going to close down on the 19th, but it's not going to affect me any. Terra doesn't have it, yeah. 100% the guarantee the government agencies will definitely have it. Be slightly less traffic downtown. That's about all I'm gonna get. Hey Reg, how's it going? Fire dragons. It's the regular kind of dragons. Tanky bastards, anyways. Well, I mean, I can guarantee you that her reign's going to be longer than King Charles, because he's not going to live... How long was she queen? Like, geez, like a million years? I'm pretty sure there's not going to be, you know, too many kings and queens that's gonna ever have a longer reign than her. Must have become like king and queen like at 20. Namco. This looks fun. Yep. So I mean, I don't think anyone in the foreseeable future is going to have as long of a reign as the Queen had. Yeah, probably. I guess when her, I mean, did her, I don't know how the UK thing works. Like, was she a queen because, you know, there was no male heirs at that point? There's probably a Jinn down there. Or did she become queen because she was the eldest? Like, firstborn, whether they're male or female. I figured, yeah, it's probably the male heir thing, because it feels like that, you know, she was definitely born in an era where, you know, like a female heir would have been like the last choice kind of thing, right? A female leader. Yeah, now I mean, now it makes sense. But back then it would have been like, okay, well, we don't have a choice. More so than like, oh yeah, she's the eldest. 8 queens reigning under 200 years for England being country. Yeah, it's definitely more more queens than kings. Okay, all that did is open that. I guess I have to come in another direction. Yeah, well, she's Queen Elizabeth II, so there's definitely another Queen Elizabeth. There's Queen Victoria. It's probably some other queens. Isn't there like a Queen Anne or something? Is Mary your queen? Probably. Mimic? That's more Calcum, man. Some good stuff down here anyways. Mary Tudor? There you go. Queen's Park is actually named after Victoria. Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff around Canada's inception or whatever. It's probably named after Victoria more so than Elizabeth. The worst part about losing the queen is that we're gonna have to change all our money now. We have to trade in all our money for, like, money with King Charles on it. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a very, very new thing, though. It's not something that was, like, standard back in the day. At this point, the UK is used to having queens, so it's like, you know what, let's just change the laws. We're fine with queens. Which makes it surprising that there's that many queens, considering... I guess the male kings just couldn't pop out, you know, other males. There we go. Soul Army. Heroes Inferno. Probably a Jinn under that sand. Maybe, hopefully a fire one. Hopefully it's not a frickin'... Like, what am I missing now? I'm missing, like... So I've got all the water and I've got all the air. I'm missing, like, 1 earth and 2 fire. I think it's gonna be an earth one, I just know it. I don't know if I have to dig here, if I just, like... Yep. Dig. Oh, come on. Of course. Got all the stuff except the fire one, so Jenna's still 1 behind. Whatever. Couple places I need to revisit. I'm assuming one of those will have a fire one. Actually, I mean, no wait. Yeah, there was one. I already found one in the Mars Tower, right? That was a water one. I was thinking maybe in the Mars Tower, but nope. Unless there's a second one up there, which is unlikely. Queen Hatsune Miku. Bristol. Restore HP to all allies. Defense goes up a little bit. Agility goes down a bit. For some reason my attack, I lose a little bit of agility and some luck. So I lose a little bit of luck. Defense. Yeah. Alright, well, if I find any more Jinn, it's guaranteed to be fire at this point. I don't know, with 2 left, I'd be surprised if it's on the overworld. I mean, there's definitely 2 places I can think of that had... Well, one had a teleporter, it was one of the towns, and there's a cave that was like some blocks which I probably have to use lift on, when I think about it. So that place I need to revisit. I might have another summon as well. Gotta get to the end of this one, which will probably give us another summon, maybe another mega boss. all the way around. This game loves having you back travel so much. Absolutely loves doing that to you. No, that's one of the places I need to revisit. Alright, how do we get to that spot where I moved that thing? That's where my dudes are doing less damage. I mean, that thing probably just has really good defense. Alright, right over here. Bounce, bounce. Boss time. Alright, this time let's prepare our team correctly. Alright, we definitely want to be using that as soon as we... Alright, let's do this. I'm the Guardian of Fire. If you want my power, prove yourself in my crucible of flame. Valukar. Meteor. Judgment. Thor. Boreas. Good start. Hit him with the snow cone of death. Not surprisingly, he's weak to water. Guess that's to be expected. Unjip. But I just realized he summoned. That's cheating. You're supposed to be able to summon. Boss cheats. I mean, I barely did any damage, so eh. We still have some dudes left. Oh yeah, that makes sense then. It's very rude of him. Let's glacier his ass. He's putting my dudes on standby. So rude. Use their dudes before we were able to use them. How rude. Searing beam. It's expensive. Punch him in the face. Struck Ray. Diamondberg. If anything, he's kind of doing the work for us. As long as he doesn't use the things before we do. Moloch. Done a lot of damage to this guy so far. I didn't notice, is he recovering? I didn't notice if he's recovering any sort of mana or any HP per turn. Never mind, he's dead. Going into a boss fight, you know, ready with some summons definitely helps out. It's like, here's an extra, like, 40,000 damage right off the bat, right? Yeah, the Star Magician was annoying, constantly summoning those little dudes. Like, oh, the Star Magician just summoned like a friggin' healing dude. Hope you can kill it before it heals him back to full. Alright, time for another summon that we'll use once, never use again. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, he would have to have a lot of turns. Daedalus, 4 Mars, 3 Venus. It's 4 and 3, right? Come on, random encounter. Now's the time for a random encounter. Any day now. Daedalus, master craftsman of ancient times. Big boy. Shoots missiles out of his arms, because why not? And a super missile. Totally not Alexander. Wow, so much damage. That was pathetic. I mean, they are sand scorpions, so, you know, an earth attack. Not exactly the best thing to use against them, but still. Do you think a summon would have, like, I don't know, done enough to kill them? The other one hasn't hit yet. The other one only hits in the next turn. I didn't think I saw the big ass missile. Like, where'd the big ass missile go? It'll come at the next battle. Alright, a couple more places to revisit. You know, I don't think there's any reason to go back to the sea god thing. Alright, let's go to this island, or this little thing right here. Let's go to here first. Where the hell is it? Contigo. That one had a teleportation spot. Cartoon TV show where the robot got all transformed. Give it individually into a long tunnel. It's been a while since I've seen any of those shows. You should have visited the inn. Yeah, it's one of a bunch of like elemental thingamabobbers here. Oh, maybe once we find all the Jinn, something will happen. Great, now we gotta find all the Jinn. Huh. Well, I'm missing 2 of these, so... There's one spot I can think of I need to revisit. Other than that, fuck. Am I gonna have to use a guide to find the last one? Probably. Assuming there's... maybe... if there's even a djinn in the place I'm thinking of. Try to be pretty thorough, but... now I need to know what's behind this. I needs to. Well, let me go to the places I know to revisit first. So there's like a cave here. Had some rocks. I probably have to use lift on those rocks. Yep. Fire djinn. Goes smooth going down and coming back up. Yep, gotta sell those books somehow. They don't sell themselves by hiding the djinn in like weird spots. Oh yeah, I picked up the djinn here. It's like every town, every tower has a djinn. Practically every dungeon has a djinn. I mean, I could have missed some in the overworld. I mean, the overworld is such a big place. I tried to be as thorough as I can, but it's a very good chance I might have missed one somewhere in the overworld, too. I figured. Nice. Alright, so this one here. Probably need to use lift on these weird rocks that I had seen. No, it's just a summon anyways. Never mind then. Maybe this is what I use carry for. Okay, that's what it is, carry. No, I'm definitely missing 2 fire ones. Probably a shitty summon. Hories, 3 Venus, 2 Mars. Gotta summon the Hories. Were we ever able to go in this area? I don't know. Trying to think of anywhere else that had like fire, either fire you can manipulate or teleporters. For places we didn't really revisit a lot. I mean, if anything, it'd be here, because I never really visited these areas after getting the new team, the B team. Trying to think. No, Sheba Village we had the hover thing, which we end up going back to and getting. Trying to think of what was over here. Caves, the cliffs. Yeah, I can't think of anywhere else that had... Unless it's like this place here that doesn't even show up in the map. Like, the only reason I remember that one is I remembered, you know, there's a little cave here, but yeah, that one was also just a summon. It seems like the ones that don't show up in the map are just, like, potentially summons, and that's it. I think I finished everything in the Treasure Island. I mean, the main thing was the boss in there. I think I've only fought 3 super bosses, right? So there should be at least one more. Where would he hang out? Hey, Striker. Yeah, I was going to talk slot. I fought 3 super bosses. There should be at least one more elemental one. Unless, I mean, very likely the Mars Tower isn't going to be the end, right? Maybe. Because I'm assuming that'll then let us go towards the end, maybe. No, it wasn't. It wasn't worth it at all. I mean, I got some stuff, I guess, from... I need to try this summon. I got some stuff, like, let's say the Cleric Ring, if I wanted to use some curse stuff. That's about the only thing I could think of that might have been potentially worth it. Trash. It's pretty sad when you can't even kill like a regular dude with a summon. I could have had access to that summon as soon as I got the B team, but whatever. Islands. Like racking my brain, trying to see if there's anywhere that Champa. No. The Elven shirt? Did I have the Elven shirt? I might have thrown that in the bank. Somebody might still be using it, I don't remember. Yeah, yeah, maybe some synergy stuff. I don't know what it had synergy wise. Yeah, we do have the Elven boost agility. Can we already have Elven shirts on our team though? Feels like no, maybe not. We had some shirts that boosts agility. Yeah, the running shirt. 15 versus... $1.5. Okay, so just... Alright, so yeah, this is definitely better. Give me my shirt. Damn. It's percentage based. All this time, I could have had a better shirt. Oh, it's armor though, that's why. It's just pure armor. Yeah. If it was an actual shirt, it would be amazing. But armor, eh. Some mithril, some dark armor. You know, try to make another a mithril shirt with a mithril, and maybe we can get Excalibur to go off even more. Stealth armor. Weak against earth. That's a negative armor. I mean, if it's cursed, it should be like all positive. It's kind of crap. Definitely the worst reward of the bunch. Which is Demon Mail is probably better. No, I guess the same thing. Whatever. Yeah, the weapon's definitely worth it, but the armor, not so much. I guess the curse is like it probably gives you decent defense, but it has the negative, so it probably doesn't actually give you any sort of negative, like downside in battle, like unlike the weapons, which just keep you from attacking. As for Lane doing collab with Atelier Ryza 2, what did Atelier Ryza 1? Atelier Sophie 2. Hey Dusk, how's it going? And Paladin Shield, yeah, that's true. You're battling gaming? Gotta battle that gaming addiction, Dusk. It's going well. Nice. That's what I wanted. So my defense goes down a bit, but, you know, raises evasion, aka crit chance, so... probably worth it. My Xylon armor I can give to him. Need to sell some of this crap. Get it out of my inventory. Hey, Satanda. $10,000. Can I sell this thing? I can. Doubt I need it anymore at this point, right? Watch, I'm gonna get to the top of that, you know, let's keep it just in case I get to the top of that Mars place and it's like, oh, you need this. GDP win 2. Sounds fun. Ironize. Wait, this increases evade too. Well, it's not like his crit matter as much. I just love that orichalcum. Let's see if we can get another, I tried a few times last time. Let's see if we can get another Excalibur. Or what's his face? Might as well. Yeah, I don't know why. They're just there and it's like, whatever. There's so much crap, it's just... It's like complete trash at this point. I mean, it was always complete trash. I guess early on they would have been decent, because they did some decent damage, AoE damage. Just most of the time it's just easier just smacking enemies in the face instead of using AoEs, instead of casting the spells. Like, it's just quicker. And like anytime you try to get rid of them, they just give you more anyways. Like, screw it, I'm just gonna keep it in my inventory so that at least they stack. Go on, Excalibur. I got a shield, it's new. Cosmos. Any good? Probably not. Resist all elements. I mean, that could be good, I guess. Plus 20 resist everything. It's decent. What is he using for shields right now? I'm still using that shield I got from the, that raises my evasion. I kind of want to keep anything that'll increase my chance of critting. More crits means more super Excaliburs. Move faster, man. Jeez. Can we just, like, carry him over to the table? It'd be quicker. Come on, Excalibur 2. Maybe Excalibur's like a unique thing. You can't get another one if you get one. Of course, now we're gonna get a shield all the time. Seems like you always get the same stuff over and over. It's the first time I've seen the shield, and I got 2 in a row. It's like, what? Stellar Axe. Another weapon. It's not the Excalibur, but maybe it's decent. Unleashes Supernova. Less attack than the other thing, but maybe it's got a super attack. Like a super AoE or whatever. Let's try it. A couple battles with it. It'd be nice if there was a weapon that actually had an AoE, like, super attack. I've yet to see one. It's probably not a thing. Isn't there a ring that, like, increases encounters? Probably sold it. This one's called Supernova. I mean, sounds like it'd be an AoE thing. Of course, now he's never gonna set it off. If you only have one enemy, it's kind of hard to tell if it's an AoE. It's a very localized supernova that hits one dude. Let me hit a damn goblin. Got a crit, but didn't get the actual, like, unleash crit. Damn it, Furies, you suck. Wait, I did give him the, I did take off that armor that increased his crit chance. Yeah, as if he missed the enemy, right? It's probably like 100 levels higher than the enemy. There you go. Nope. Single target. Unless there's like different tiers. Kind of like the Excalibur's attack. So far I'm not impressed with it. Alright, let's try some other weapons. Come on, Excalibur. Knowing my luck, I'll give him an Excalibur and then in the I guess I still haven't finished the dungeon, but I'll find like an even better weapon inside the dungeon. Like last weapon right before the final boss. There's a super ultra weapon. They'll do that for sure. It's like Final Fantasy always does that. It's always like, here's a gimme. Although we already have the Excalibur, we have the Masamune, and we have the Muramasa, so 100% speedrun. Totally. Gotta play both games back to back, 100% it. Including the transferring your gold password. Because of course you gotta transfer all the stuff in the first game, otherwise it's not 100%, right? Yeah, that password took me 20 minutes. Wait, did I really just run over there and not give him the shit? Yeah, link cable would definitely have been the way to go. Get a friend with a link cable, another GBA, because it takes so long otherwise. Especially if you mistype a key, like a word or a letter. Luckily I had my screenshots, so it's a little harder to miss, but if I had to manually handwrite that down, almost guaranteed something would have been like, is this a 5 or an S? I don't know. No. Never gonna find anything better. Let's try like 3 more times. If I don't get anything good, eh. I mean, my weapons are good enough as they are. It's not like I'm hurting. Again, I just ran over here without dropping off the thing. Ugh. Just wasting my time. Golden Sun combo card. Wouldn't be surprised if there's probably like a pirated version of it out there somewhere. I would not be surprised. Oh, damn it. 2 more tries. I just went over there again. For some reason I keep running as soon as I drop the thing off. Before I run the thing. Run! Why do they have like round walls? Every time you try to get into the door, you just like slip off the side. Damn it. Maybe I'll just take this wand. You know what? It's an upgrade. Give it to Jenna. Screw it. Good enough. Yes, I don't even know where to even look for these remaining things. Let's see if maybe once we finish the Mars Tower, then I'll unlock some new stuff. So let's just keep going with the Mars Tower for now. If I get to like what feels like the final boss or something, then I'll look up a guide or something just to find those 2 to see what kind of goodies we get in that thing, in that room. Slightly chilly in here. Yeah, we need the Mars Star before we continue here. Went the wrong way. I mean, there is a second half of this dungeon, so maybe there's another djinn in here, actually. Once you start climbing up with the Mars Star. That's always a thing. Fireburb. Just get a double attack. Fireburb's cheating. fruit flies. 30 fruit flies is what, like the size of a pinhead? Damn, so much XP. This way. Only 10. Where's that room that had the reveal one? That's probably where I need to go. And this is where we came from when we got the teleport the first time. Oops. Some automated traps. Okay, good. I don't have to move that stupid statue again. It stays in that spot. Excalibur. Alright, zip it. And jump down there. Let's go see what's over here first. Huh. This is one of those things where you fall through a pit if you take the wrong move upstairs and then it just sends you down here. Yeah, must be. Yeah, you probably get pushed off into that pit or something. You screw up. Devil frog. This looks like fun. Definitely gonna be some sort of time-based thing here. Yeah, you probably have to get to the end of this thing before that head here reaches here and makes the dragon go pew pew. Valkyrie male. It's gonna be female only. Is evade nice? But how's this not female armor? I wonder if that's better evasion than the mithril armor. Probably. I'm gonna need to have pound ready here. Alright, let's do this. Crap, it doesn't pause when we can't hit pound. It's kind of bullshit. Shit. Mistakes were made. Oh, double mistakes were made. No. Haha. You thought I was gonna screw up. Let's see where this goes. Let's see where this goes first. If we take that teleporter, we need to like book it up those that ladder ASAP. Or we could just move this, I guess. We're supposed to come here first. We went the wrong way to the right way. Wait. Okay. Just we get dumped down. I guess even if we took the teleporter, we would have been close to that spot anyways, so still would have been faster. By the time you by the time you kind of get put back together, the fireball would have hit you. So thought maybe I would be able to go up the ladder in time, but no. Oh god! Mistakes were made. If I can jump across, I can just jump over here, I guess. Soul Blade. You watch this be better than a friggin' Excalibur. I think she's Megiddo. That sounds cool. Hey, only the hero can use it? Interesting. Oh, fuck. It's gonna be better than Excalibur, isn't it? See, I called it. There, you can have Excalibur now. Of course it must be mine. Alright, let's hope this Megiddo is better than Excalibur's ability. Probably won't be. Well, I guess this is a one-way trip. Can I get an encounter at least to try this out? At least one encounter game. Maybe this one will have an AoE. That's cool. Damn. I think I better do some massive fucking damage. Well, it does about as much damage as the Excalibur did. But I don't know if that was like the top tier attack there. Or that's Excalibur actually did more. Yeah, I guess we are fighting, like, fire-based enemies, so that is true. You're in a fire area. And it looks cool. And it's not like anybody else can use it anyways, so might as well give Piers the Excalibur. Actually, Isaac could probably use it, I'm guessing. But he's got that cursed blade. Maybe he's like there's a stronger version, like that was like a single attack one. Maybe he like shoots 3 fireballs if he gets like a super version. Yeah, exactly. Hey Matt, it's going well. Can you just use the soul blade and just like melt all this ice? Friggin' big ass fireball, like that should be easy to melt this thing. Some sort of boss fight here. Wasn't cracked enough. Of course, the enemies are fully intact. Flame dragons. Again, I forgot to get my summons ready. Oh well. This will do well against fire dragons. Watch them get healed. Oh, it's still pretty decent. Since I got that weapon, has he even missed once? Getting a crit? Maybe it crits really often. Which definitely would help. I'm sure this won't hurt. Won't hurt at all. Ow! What the fuck? Yeah, I think I missed once this Megiddo. Great. So much for we're just gonna do 3. Neptune. Yeah, I know, right? It's the one you would least expect to have healing magic. It's got to burn all those wounds away. Cauterize all the wounds. Wasted our turn with Felix. Gin Fest. Hey GD, it's going good. Kicking some dragon's ass. Atlanta. Timothy at Atlanta. Get McGee-doed. Oh, that sucks. I did some leak damage. Yeah, these guys are way easier than the super bosses I've been fighting. I'm barely breaking a sweat here. It's like, obviously. Damn. Some sweet damage to the Megiddo. Got a Psy Crystal. Well, they're dead. Why? Why am I lying here? Wait, I think I remember. We were going to light the beacon. The lighthouses were frozen. We wandered lost inside, trying to find the Airy. We must hurry. If we delay, Proxus is destroyed. It's no use. I'm absolutely drained. I can't even stand. I'm cold. Why am I so cold? We of the Fire Clan are meant to be immune to the cold. I feel cold too, Karst. I'm afraid we're going to die up here. I can feel it now, the long, dark sleep creeping into my soul. How melodramatic. Went to the street fair, didn't find a single video game. Tater tots. I didn't find any video games, but hey, good food. That's all that matters. Wait, I think I remember. The the eye. It told us that we lacked the will to go any further. The eye. I remember now. I felt its gaze pierce me to the core, then all went black. That's right. And I remember fighting against Felix. I do too. Was it a dream? An illusion? I know, right? Felix, is that you? Nah. When you play games with us like this. Regardless, it's amazing that you're here. It means our luck hasn't entirely run out. Felix, we must complete our quest. Please. You have to light the beacon. We can't even stand. We're in no condition to go on. Light the beacon for us, please. You'll need the Mars Stone. Go on, take it. Please hurry. If you can just see the light of the beacon, I know that I haven't died in vain. We're counting on you. You guys dead yet? Your hands, so warm. It was such warm hands. I had forgotten. Where is he putting his hand? Yeah, burn them both. It'd be hilarious. It's so cold, and colder than I ever thought was possible. All because Mars Lighthouse remains unlit. I have to stay alive long enough to see its light. It's too late for us now. Hurry, light the beacon. You hold the star. Open your heart and listen. If you wish to reach the heavens, give your star to me. How about no? So tired. Fog is riding before my eyes. No. Can't die until the beacon is lit. Gotta do it for the lulz. Sounds vaguely familiar, but I have definitely not played it, no. I haven't played much on the original Xbox, because I've never had an original Xbox until I picked them up for RPG Quest. I love how the cracks are just like on top of the screen. It's like, I don't know if he actually blew up the ice or not. So let's just have the cracks show up again. Space for you to play something. Place the magma ball. Mithril bag. No, I'm missing 2 of the fire ones. I found the spot where you turn in all the gin, but so I figure if I get to what feels like the final boss, at that point I'll look up a guide. Not too worried until then. No, this place lit up. I mean, there's probably some new places. Maybe there's a good chance there's a fire one in here somewhere. I found an ice one. But now that this place is lit up, good chance it could be a fire one, maybe. How come this ice is not melted? Shouldn't that ice be melted? Shouldn't all this ice be melted? Akamena. Guess we got some new enemies after we lit up the fire thing. It's really weird this... Oh god. I know, right? I would have thought all the ice would have melted. I might as well just teleport to the entrance, since it doesn't seem like anything here has changed. Sweet. This place is a little spicier than before, though. So the only place that's changed. You hold the star, open your heart and listen. If you wish to scale the heavens, set the four spirits aflame. Oops. 4 mini towers. Those distaff? What was that weird thing I just picked up? It's just like a multi-use staff that can heal 1,000 hit points? Sure. Might break if used in battle. Okay, just like use, not like actually attack use. Alright. I'll give it to her. Don't think I'll equip it, but... maybe she can actually have a heal to use. Everybody else has like a natural heal ability. She does not. Okay, why is there ice everywhere? Ice shouldn't be a thing anymore. Alright. No! doesn't do me any good. Is there like an invisible fire on that torch? Yeah, the torch has invisible fire, and you're actually still supposed you're supposed to like try to get that torch onto the. 'Cause I'm assuming I'm supposed to light this thing here, which will light the dragon, but this one doesn't even have fire on it. So, let's see if maybe there's an invisible fire. No. Is there anything I missed above? You have to do these in different orders. It feels like that torch needs to be lit somehow. As far as I can tell, I don't have any items or abilities to light torches. I can transfer fire, but I can't create fire. Only we brought some matches. Almost the same. The dragons. First. Love being like a foot away from lava. I'm sure it totally wouldn't be melting my face off right now. Experience time. Burbs. Well, that's sweet, sweet XP. Again, those things aren't lit, so... Well, this one's got like a thing above it. Can we do anything before we do any of this? This doesn't do anything for me. And we need to somehow do these in order. Read those plaques, maybe they'll specify a specific order. So I clearly need to jump on that. Oh wait, I always miss the obvious. I don't know. Oh god. For some reason I didn't see I could jump on that platform from my position. Legend. Another distaff. We'll give it to Jenna. Jenna doesn't have a single target heal either. Let's get rid of this piece of shit. Oops, no, I don't want to equip it. Assuming it doesn't have an unleash. Wait, did the... No. I go to the other side and... Did not light the torch? Magneto. And I can go this way. What? They get a preemptive strike? It's been a while since I've seen an enemy that has a preemptive strike. It's very rare. Gotta love this Akamena. Oops. Didn't see who leveled up. Just holding down the turbo button. Kill the burb. Yeah, he gets this Megiddo off often. It's like 95% of the time it seems like it goes off. I think my A-team's gonna hit level 50 by the time I end this game. Like 44 right now. Like time this in a certain way. It's like a platform or something. No, maybe. Okay, I thought there was a platform moving. It's just the warping effect. Just that top line was doing some weird stuff. Burn, baby, burn. All right, one down. Yeah, I know, right? All this one here was just like running around and just moving things just in the right spot. Couldn't they at least give us a shortcut back? It's like, no, you gotta walk back down. I still have no idea what the hell haunting a foe does. I've never been haunted by an enemy, so I don't know what the thing does, and the manual doesn't tell you. So what the hell does haunting them do? Seems pointless. It's like any of these enemies don't die in one round of combat anyways, so what's the point? Exactly. It's pretty pointless. The power of wisdom, they ruled the earth. Minnesota. Any goodies? No goodies. That was a trap one. That's pointless. Let's just throw some more now. Wow. Let's go see when it's in door number 0 first. I mean, it feels like the right way, so one of these is gonna have something. Be a room with a treasure chest. Or none of these are gonna have anything. Yeah, at least there's something. I've been a troll if every single one of these had nothing. No. Hey, look, we gotta use the carry now. Can I carry these from... Alright. Carry. Wait, can I lift those above the other one? Okay, I had to put these two first, and then that one there, I just had to push. You know it. Gotta get all the treasure. All of it. And if it wasn't for that one dungeon where I had to use the carry, or not dungeon, with that one like optional thing, it would have been very easy to forget that carry is a thing. This is the only time in the game where it's required to use it. Oh, come on. Why did they put the ladder next to that like that? So you like slip off the side of the ladder to get... You're not like dead on the ladder. It's like, whoops. And reset the puzzle. That was rude. Great design, guys. Great design. I know, it's so annoying. Well, that one, it's like they did it on purpose. Like they put the ladder like so close that I mean, it's almost by design to just to troll you. They could have made the room like one square, you know, bigger in that direction, so that the ladder has like one block before the actual stairs. But no. This one's gonna have to be really tight. Run. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be faster from the entrance, isn't it? Oh yeah, I forgot it. They threw this thing in here just to slow you down. Could give you a straight shot to the to the room, but no, let's just have this stupid annoying. It's not even a puzzle. Like this is just a time waster. So I must have missed something in that room with the dolphin. Unless I do have to do them in a particular order, but just like there should have been a fire lit and there wasn't. No treasure. Cyclone time. Reveal thing there. Damn it. Had to go the wrong way. The wrong way that doesn't even give you treasure. It's the worst kind of wrong way. Wired wrong way, yeah. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. this one we definitely have to do. Yeah, see, and we just end up in the same place where we would have had to go anyways. So in this case, it was a good thing we went that way, because the other way would have just dumped us, and then we would have had to go do that again. This game loves its padding. Like, I wonder if we took out all the padding of like just having to backtrack, all these like rooms that the game definitely doesn't need to do that to you. If you took out all that padding, this game would be like a 40-hour game. It feels like. Let's have some really long animations too. Definitely need to hover here. Damn it. Cast that again. Like, really? Maybe they just made it like a, I don't know, a hole in the ground instead of having to do this. Purple. Let's see what I missed here. If there's fire on that one thing that didn't have fire before, means you definitely have to do them in a specific order. If there wasn't fire, then there isn't fire, then we have to figure out why not. Everybody crit that time. These things didn't even have a chance. No way of getting... Let's see... So we either need to get into that hole over there, which means I would have to land... Oops. There, but I can't see how I'm supposed to do that. If we go up here, there's no fire up here, which doesn't do me any good. Like somehow blast this thing. It casts blaze when it's close by, it'll set it on fire. No. It's one of those like abilities I've never used. The game's like, alright, you gotta use this now. Let's try to see if there's a way to getting in there. So I'm assuming we're supposed to go, well, one of those ways we're supposed to go. To like set off that dragon and then... So in order to get to that top one, I'd have to... I'd have to hit the left side, or the right side of this one over here. But in order to do that, I'd have to come in from the bottom of this one here. Yeah, there we go. We can do this. Alright, so yeah. So this will light up that fire. So I need to freeze that first. I need to not freeze this one yet. Let's do this first. This one up. Freeze it again now. Of course I do. Problem is now I've already blocked my path here, so... Can I cast freeze through the... Actually, even if I cast freeze through this... That doesn't mean do me any good. Is there a way of unfreezing these? No. Just reset. So I have to put this one back last, so let's put this one in position. So as soon as I do that, it'll put that one in place. Go. Whee. All right. Back to the entrance again, and they really need to give you just a quick teleport back to the hub area. But of course, you know, that would take away the padding. Can't do that. Yep. Gotta keep the padding. And it's not like it's needed, like 55 hours in the game, I mean, come on. You have proven your worth. The heavens await you for a portable game. I mean, this is long for like a... This is long for a console RPG, much less a handheld one. It's definitely unnecessary. I'm pretty sure if they gave people a 40-hour game, people would be very happy. You know? Peace. Betrayers, you have arrived. Who said that? The wind's too strong. I can't see anything. Heard it too, but I don't see anyone else up here. Felix, quick! Cast Mars Star in before anything has a chance to stop us. So you're still intent on lighting the beacon on the Mars Lighthouse? Who said that? Have you not forgotten me so soon, Isaac? And you, Garrett? It seems to know you, Isaac. Do you have any idea what it is? Insert your heart, boy. That voice. It's the wise one. Yeah, this big-ass eyeball thing. Forget about that. Isaac, since when are you in the first-name basis of the Wise One? It must have been... Isaac, what happened to Soul Sanctum after we were kidnapped? The Soteros Minardi stole the elemental stars. They also triggered a volcanic eruption. The Wise One prevented Mount Aleph from erupting so that the Garrett and I could escape. But wait, Mount Aleph did erupt. There was a huge explosion. We saw it all the way in the vault. It would have erupted with us still inside. There's no way we could have escaped in time. The Wise One held off the eruption until we could escape. He even halted the lava flow. I can't believe it. Nobody had enough power to do that. That sounds weird, but I was there, and it happened, so you'll just have to believe us. If I can still do all that, this Wise One seems to me more than a god than an adept. Not just save you, I also task you with recovering the 4 elemental stars. Why have you disobeyed my command? Why have you come to light the beacon? I know, right? Because Prox will be destroyed if we don't. We can't let that happen. Prox, they have brought this disaster upon themselves. Are you saying we should just abandon them to die? What did they do to deserve that? You Prox have committed an unforgivable sin. They must pay the price. Lighting the lighthouses, is that their sin? Does that warrant total destruction? If we don't light the beacon, Gaia Falls will eventually erode away all of Weird. We have fought for so long to save all the people of our world, and now you would stop us? Gaia Falls is growing and consuming more and more with each passing day. How can you just allow the world to crumble into nothingness? The seal needs to be broken. The world will be destroyed if it's not. You have learned far too much. Wise One, you can't continue to protect the lighthouses. You know what's happening. It's your duty to protect all Weird. Weird is destroyed. You have failed us all. Won't you answer us, Wise One? If alchemy is unleashed, mankind may well destroy all Weird itself. We can combine our strengths, ensure that alchemy will not be used for evil. It is inevitable. In time, one man will seek to rule over all. It is human nature, inescapable. And it shall become sooner than any of you think. Why do you say that? The water depth climbs towards the peak of Mount Aleph, even as we speak. Is he not a friend of yours? Alex is his name. Surely you have not forgotten him. I know, right? It's like a beholder that just lost the rest of its eyes. Alex, what would he be doing on Mount Aleph? He understands far more than you do. He knows that when the 4 beacons have become lit, their light will gather at Soul Sanctum. But what would he gain from being there? The final beam of light reaches the peak of Mount Aleph. The golden sun shall rise. The golden sun? What is that? What would Alex want with it? Golden sun. I know that name. When the 4 beams merge into one, they form a golden light, bathing Mount Aleph's peak. Is that alchemy? I mean, pure alchemy made real at the heart of its power? And it's that light that gives shape to the Stone of Sages. This has been Alex's one true desire from the very start. Felix planned all of this, and he must have been after his power all along. We've been duped. He used us all. Oh, you better believe he's not getting away with this. Alex, how could he do this? He's one of my own people. I feel sick, disgusted. None of that matters right now. We still have to light the beacon. We don't have any choice. If we don't do it now, Prox will be destroyed. Felix, we have to, right? Nah. Felix, we don't have any choice. The Wise One will have to deal with Alex himself. I cannot interfere in the actions of mankind. If you can't interfere, then how about getting out of the way so we can light the beacon, huh? Ooh, good one, Jenna. I don't like doing exactly what Alex wants, but it looks like we've got no choice. Don't worry, Felix. Just throw the Mars Star into the beacons well. Now! No. The Wise One himself said he's not allowed to interfere. You're all clear. Damn it. Freaking peer pressure. Wise One, didn't you just say that you aren't allowed to interfere with our actions? That is correct. I cannot stop you. But what if some miracle were to occur? One that prevented you from igniting the beacon? Miracle? What are you talking about? What kind of miracle? If you can defeat a miracle, and only then can you ignite the beacon's flame. The Wise One's up to something. Be wary, everyone. We don't know what he's capable of. Yep, totally not interfering. A three-headed dragon, that's your miracle? So you would have us fight for our future. Fine then, we shall. What's he thinking? We already beat a two-headed dragon. How much tougher can this one be? I don't care how many heads it has. Nothing's gonna stop us now. Let's do it. For Prox, for the future weird. Wait a second. Wasn't that two-headed dragon actually? So that means this three-headed dragon must be... But then, no. But, Felix, no, you mustn't fight the dragon. It's... Too late, Kraden. We can't get away from it now. Felix, don't. Stop. Doom Dragon. Felix is gonna murder his own parents. Kill our parents. Kill them all. Who needs parents? Protagonists always are better when they're orphans. The big boy. So many pixels. Like 4 attacks per turn. Heal our way. Actually, you know what? Since we can use flour. Everybody's resting. It's only Sheba had a turn. I thought that really does nothing. Oh my god, we're actually gonna get haunted. First time I got haunted, now I don't know what it does. Probably has like a chance of not having an attack, kind of like curse. Oh yeah, should have tried it. Oh well. 666 Felix. Didn't realize he had 666 health. Oh, that did nothing. $290 damage, wow. Okay, so it just does damage over time. That's what Haunt does. The time it took me to summon those things. Probably just did more damage than Megiddo or something. I guess we killed the head. It's like what just happened there. Rip one of the heads, I guess. I better just use my physical attacks. Just do way more damage. Spirit of Death embraces Sheba. Uh-oh. What? Oh. Ow, that was slightly painful. The Megiddo. Accidentally skipped this last time. Great. So much for doing damage. Does that break get rid of, no. Can't get rid of the curse. Of course, neither of them gets crit off. Good thing it doesn't use that like twice per turn. Some mean can. All of Jenna's gin are drained. Ouch. It's kind of rude. She's dead for sure now. Drain all her gin and then follow up. Okay, I guess it's a percentage-based damage thing. Problem is now I don't have a heal, right? Yeah. Drain my gin so I can't heal. Sheba's probably gonna die to that super attack of his. I don't know, he didn't use it. Still no heals. Number 2 down. It's 2 parents that we killed. So again, he didn't have a second attack. He attacked once. Took her a while to die. Okay, now we're gonna kill the boss, I bet. Now that she's dead. Dark Soul Grasp. Great. Yeah. 666 HP now. Just evils I tell ya. So we're already maxed out with the resistance. Sheba's probably gonna die again. Yep. Rip Sheba. It's nice that you get revived at full health. 5 damage. Good thing we kept those oil drops. Came in handy. Sheba just murdered him. It's pretty sad that Sheba got the killing blow. Whoop. Oh my god, we killed our parents! Who are they? That's what I was trying to warn you about. Hey, you should have kept trying to warn us while we're in the middle of the battle there. It wasn't just the dragon you killed. I remember you warning us, but it was too late for us to stop. We couldn't stop, you know, our swords were out and everything. Couldn't stop. I was already in the blood rage. Hey, Newgard. Definitely feels like we're definitely near the end. Obviously, Alex is going to be the main... I think that's going to be who we're going to be going for at some point. Kraden, what do you know? What are you trying to... Or what do you know? Why were you trying to stop us from fighting the dragon? It was the Wise One's final trap. Trap? What do you mean? Wise One knew that he couldn't stop you, so he's played a cruel, wretched trick on you instead. Kraden, I don't understand. What are you trying to tell us? Sheba, let's see who these people are while they're trying to sort this out. No, Jenna, don't look. You mustn't look. It will only bring you pain. You think she would recognize her parents right away. What are you talking about, Kraden? They can't hurt us anymore. We'll just... Mom, Dad? Timmy? What's the matter, Jenna? It can't be. How? How? Ugh. What is it, Isaac? Isaac. Wait, I know that guy. That's your dad. And does that mean the other two are... Mom? Dad? I'll heal Jenna's parents. Quickly, Mia. Tend to Isaac's father. If only I'd realized it sooner. I mean, you literally realized it as soon as the dragon appeared. I mean, it's like, you realized it right away, Kraden. We just, like, ignored you. Because, you know, we gotta murder this cool-looking 3-headed dragon. Next up, 8-headed dragons. What's the matter, Piers? Why did you stop? Jenna's parents need you. Nah, I just gave up. Don't give up, Mia. You can't. You have to save them. It's no use, Ivan. I'm tapped. Can we have like 1,000,000 healing items? Just use a couple mist potions or a couple regular potions. I mean, hell, we have more than 3 regular potions. That'll heal them up to full. I am too, and even if I weren't, it's just too late. And doesn't both Isaac... I don't know if Isaac has healing, but... I mean... everybody's got healing. What are you saying? They're not... they can't be. That's not what I'm saying, Jenna. I'm just implying it heavily. I finally found them. I was going to be with them again, for the first time in years. Jenna. Please, it can't be. Mom, wake up. It's me, Jenna. Don't leave me. Jenna, you must prepare yourself for what comes next. Being transformed into a dragon, fighting in that form, this requires tremendous power. And with great power comes great responsibility or something, right? What are you saying, Kraden? In fighting you, your parents were forced to use every last ounce of their strength. You don't have the strength to... Even if they had won the battle, they would not have survived. You cannot blame yourself. You monster! Why did you do this? Why did you make us fight Jenna's parents? You're no god. You're no protector. You're evil. You don't understand the pain you've caused, wise one. You have no idea the damage done to the child who learns she has to destroy her own parents. That's enough. I knew it was my doing the moment I raised my sword. When you didn't raise your sword, you stood in the background and did nothing. We defied the wise one in order to save the world. Her parents would understand. Alright, John. Or are the parents a dragon? No, they're a dragon because, like, I don't know, wise one decided to, like... to interfere, even though he said he couldn't interfere. He's like, I'm not going to interfere, I'm just going to, you know, turn your parents into a dragon and fight you. Don't you think so, Felix? No. I agree with my brother. But it does no one any good if we don't complete our task. We still have a chance to save Prox. Perhaps we can't save your parents, but we can save countless others. All the others saved them too. They sacrificed their lives so that we could go on. I never imagined that my actions would help save the world. Even though lighting the beacon may create wars and strife, I regret none of this. There's a little time left, Felix. Use the Mars Star and light the beacon. But I don't. Aw. I'm running away. Don't let your sadness overwhelm you, Felix. Go. Once the beacon has been ignited, you can mourn as much as you need, and I will protect you. I don't want to. Wish I could console you somehow. It must be tough. Just wish I'd had one last chance to have some of Felix's mother's cookies. Felix, you made it back alive. Please, I must ask you one last thing. Tell Dora to live her life to the fullest. For me. The quest is almost over. I don't know how I'm going to tell Mom about this. But sorrow can wait. We got to light the beacon. Felix, I understand your loss, but remember, you and Jenna still have each other. I've watched anime, I know how this goes. Alex sets this all in motion. He's responsible for all this, and I'll never forgive him. Felix, I can't see you, but I sense you're nearby. Please, take care of Jenna for us. Colin and your parents were very dear to me. My sorrow joins yours, friends. We must light the beacon, for no other reason to provide them with a proper funeral. What, is gonna dump them in there? I don't know my parents. They might be alive somewhere out there, but I share your pain. Can we not even talk to Jenna? Okay, yeah. I thought I'd get to see my parents again. I thought I'd get to hold them again, but instead we were forced to destroy them. I'm sorry things had to end up like this, Jenna. Gotta talk to my mom. Talk to the dad. Felix, Jenna. I'm so happy to have one last chance to see you again in the end. Okay, now I want to cast in the Mars Star. Kane's like, no, we're not gonna allow you now that you're ready. There. Yeah, let's go, Noodle. Whoop. Time to split up the teams. Oh, everybody's totally chill. The place just got, like, cracked in half, and we're like, eh. The beacon is lit. And to think, I joined this quest hoping to prevent this exactly from happening. I began this quest as a prisoner, taken against my will. If that tidal wave hadn't sent me far off course, I wouldn't even be here now. How many lives have been taken and changed forever just to light this beacon? I don't know, how many monsters have we, like, murdered? Many, many lives. Mom, Dad, Wayard is safe now. You're right, I hear voices too. I told you I could hear them. Who said that? Where are you? We're in Imil. We're at the base of Mercury Lighthouse. You can't be. Hey, I know that voice. It's Mia. I just know it's Mia. It's you. Of course it's us. We can hear you, Mia. You're all right. I'm so happy. Do I know these kids? Probably from the first game, which I don't remember any of. Who are those two kids talking to? I don't know. They've been standing here telling everyone to leave the lighthouse. Weird couple of kids, if you ask me. How is it that we can hear you? I don't know, but he told us that we'd be able to talk to you if we came here now. He? Who's he? I don't know. We were sleeping and he came to us in a dream. He said, go to the lighthouse. Lighthouse? Why? He said that we have to deliver a message. He was too busy to do it himself. What message? We have to warn everyone to stay clear of the lighthouses. What's going to happen? I don't know, but he told us to warn people away from Mount Aleph as well. But who is he? He still haven't told us. You're a meanie. I don't tell meanies anything. Don't pay any attention to him. It's me, Mia. Can you tell me who spoke to you? I told you, I don't know, but he looked like a big rock with big rocky eyes. The wise one. Here, how come the tower kind of sealed itself back together? What could he be doing? Of course, I understand. The wise one said that when all 4 lighthouses have been lit, the golden sun will shine. When that happens, Mount Aleph and lighthouses will probably become quite dangerous. So the wise one is warning people in dreams, telling them to seek refuge. Why would he do that? You saw what he did to us. He can't be up to anything good. Have you not learned? One's actions do not always reveal one's true intention. Hema, sister? Master Hema, did you receive the message too? Yes, I was called to Jupiter Lighthouse in a dream. have completed your quest, but I see it comes with great loss. Your suffering has been almost unbearable. Master Hama, my parents... Sephiroth Shuruguru, thank you so much for the 35 months of awesome support. How is it going? Welcome to probably not the end of this, because obviously we still have to fight Alex or whatever. But definitely, probably like... I'm guessing we're going towards the last dungeon after this. I know, Jenna, and I am sorry, but do not give up hope for them just yet. What do you mean, Master Hama? Appearances can be an illusion. The wise one has a caring heart. Forced us to fight Isaac and Jenna's parents. What's so caring about that? Almost 3 years, yup. It's so close, one more. If the wise one were truly evil, he would not be warning me of danger in my dreams. Well, I guess not, but then what's he up to? We do not have time to discuss it right now. She's right. The wise one said it's not safe near the lighthouses, and I think we should listen. I'm heading for safety too. All of you must get away from the lighthouse now. Hurry, everyone, let's go. What about our parents? Just pitch them into the fire, that's fine. We can't leave them behind. Send how you feel, we won't make it if we have to take them with us. Yeah, we could have, like, been off this lighthouse with the parents by now. Make the decision, Felix. Should we take them with us? Of course we should. It's too dangerous. The golden sun is forming. A ray of light is emanating from the beacon, from the Mars star. What will happen? The power of alchemy will be unleashed upon the world. We must take Isaac's father and Jenna's parents and flee. Stop it. Let go of my wrist. Garrett, get a grip. No one's touching you. I'm serious, The beacon. Jenna, we have to move your parents. Mom, Dad. What's happening? It's no time for questions. Just carry them. Carry them and go. Thank you, Felix. And you too, Isaac and Kraden. By igniting Mars Lighthouse, you have stopped Gaia Falls from devouring our town. We're just glad to have helped save Wayward. We've been through many trials, more than any of us can ever know. No idea what to expect when we light the final beacon. When we saw the flash of the beacon, we had no idea what you suffered to light it. I thought we were done for. There was no way we could escape with our parents' bodies. At least not if we had pulled together and overcome our sorrows. The light was brilliant. You know, I shall always regret that I didn't get to look upon the beacon's light from afar. I understand your regret. As a scholar of alchemy, you would have been most impressed. I saw the beams of blue, red, and purple streaming out towards the southeast. It's the direction in which the Vale lies, is it not? Was the light headed towards your hometown? Indeed it was. The wise one said the beams were going to merge in one above Mount Aleph. The orb of golden light we saw, was it shining directly over Vale? Yes, that was the golden sun forming over Mount Aleph. If I remember the tales correctly, the golden sun is the blast of light emitted at the very moment the Stone of Sages form. Such legends exist here. I wish I had known that sooner. I fear for Vale, to think that all this energy is being released right over your hometown. We're all worried about that. We're hoping we can return to Vale as quickly as possible. Oh, there is nothing we can do to convince you to stay. I hope you might stay in for a while, but that sounds unlikely. Don't worry, we plan on returning as soon as things quiet down, don't we? Nope. We'll never come back to this shithole. I've just completed a long, difficult journey. Perhaps when you are older, you'll look back upon your youth, you will remember us fondly. Nah, no chance of that. When that time comes, I may no longer be in this world. Don't say such things. I'm sure a long life awaits you. Well, I suppose we should be departing for Vale soon. You're right, Kraden. We don't... You know who might start causing trouble. At least some of your cares have been remedied. You must be glad to know we brought all three back from the brink of death. I would not have thought it possible had I not seen it. I mean, I do not fully understand it. There can be no doubt. Their fire synergy released by the beacon rekindled their spirits. I hadn't expected so much synergy to be released by the lighthouse beam. We saved our parents, hooray! I have no real explanation other than that our life force has not been fully extinguished. It was a miracle, but the fire synergy seems to have recharged them somehow. Couldn't have done that to the other, you know... Minardi, or not Minardi, but whatever the hell the names of those other two were. Didn't do that to them. And had your parents not been adepts, the wave of synergy would have passed by them. Isaac, what's taking you two so long? Don't keep me waiting. Yeah, Gillo and Karst. Didn't save their ass. Uh-oh, it's Jenna. We're late, and she looks rather displeased with us. Or maybe you did, I don't know. Should I let her know we're leaving now? Nah. Sorry, Jenna. Sounds like things are going to take just a little longer. I'm not going to wait much longer. If you don't come soon, we're all leaving without you. I'll wait aside with them. I don't think they want to wait anymore, Felix. We're all set to go home. You have no patience whatsoever. Oh well, I suppose it's time to leave. No, they're supposed to be fire. They're from the Fire Clan. May your journey home be safe and uneventful. She'll never forget what you've done for Prox. Felix, I always thought of you as my very own grandson when you were here. Now that you're leaving, I can't describe the sorrow that fills this old man's heart. Of course. You did an amazing job. You accomplished what Agiato and Karst could not. I'm gonna be a great warrior like Felix. I'm gonna have to train hard. It's taught me a lot about how to be a serious soldier. I've been going easy on myself, but no more. I'm going to train harder every day. I'm just standing outside the lighthouse. I can feel the energy coming from within. Sorry, Felix, but this road is blocked off right now. Right with the lighthouse beacon, don't worry, it's still lit. What took you so long? Mom and Dad are tired of waiting for you. That's not true, Felix. You take it as long as you need to stay, and say farewell to the people of Prox. Don't worry about us, Felix. Will and the others took good care of us. Don't tell them that. They'll be stuck here forever. You look like you're feeling back to your old self, Jenna. You were weeping such mournful tears after the battle. What? As if. You can't prove anything. Go easy on her. You have to remember, she thought that both her parents had died. Oh, were you crying, Jenna? You sissy. No, I said I wasn't. Now you got me thinking about my family. I didn't think I'd miss them this much. I only hope they're all safe back in the Vale. I just want to be home again. I want to see how my mother's doing. Don't worry, son. I'm sure Dora's doing fine. She's a strong woman. And she wouldn't let anything happen until you came home. Sorry to keep you all waiting. At last the time has come for us to return to Vale. As soon as we leave Prox, we'll head towards Angara and from there to Vale. Can't wait to see this winged ship of yours. It sounds so incredible. I remember so little of our trip to Prox. This is really my first voyage on a ship. Heard that the wind and the waves make the bulk rock. Hopefully I don't get sick. This ancient ship of ours actually flies above the ocean. It's quite a cozy ride. Looks like we've got an exciting last trip ahead of us, doesn't it? No. I'm still worried about my mother, but I'll try to put it aside and enjoy the trip. If you keep talking like this, we'll never get anywhere. Let's go, Felix. What's the matter, boys? Are we reluctant to depart? No. After all we've been through, you can't possibly be nervous about this small trip. Let's hope the Vale came out of this in as good condition as Prox did. We won't know until we get there. Can't stop thinking about how my parents are doing. Were both of them in Vale? Can't you make a guess, Kraden? Will Vale still be standing when we arrive? Not even I can know that. I can see it in your eyes, Kraden. You think something happened, didn't you? I know, right? It's a possibility, one that cannot be ignored. If it's not there, then what's the point even going back? Is that really how you feel, Isaac? What about you, Felix? Sure. Have you already forgotten all that we've discussed? You ought to refresh your memory. What do you mean? The conversation with Hema after we ignited the beacon. Don't you remember us talking to the children from Mill at the base of Mercury Lighthouse? When they were warning people away from the lighthouses. Yes, the Wise One instructed everyone to seek refuge. Yeah, so what about it? Don't you see, Garrett? Even if Vale is destroyed, I expect the villagers have all escaped to safety. I guess that's true, they might still be alright. That's true, so whatever happens, my family is alive. I've forgotten about that. Thanks, Kraden. Garrett, can you make sure everyone else knows that? Okay, let's go. The both of you. We have to catch up to everyone. Kraden, why did the Wise One change our parents into a dragon? Why did he make us fight them? I mean, he almost killed them. We tried to make us kill our own parents. Why? Do you think that he intended for them to die from the start? Sure. I cannot speak for him, but I think he knew that they would be revived by the beacon's light. I cannot hope to fathom the motives of a being as all-powerful as the Wise One. You don't know either, Kraden? I can only hazard a guess. The Wise One wanted to test you. What do you mean, test us? I cannot tell you more. It is up to you to find the answer. We will use alchemy to wage war to raise armies, or will we use alchemy to wage war to raise armies? Or will we use it to grow wise, to rise above our petty feuds, and perform great deeds? You were willing to sacrifice everything for your quest. I'd say you've risen up to this challenge. Oops, is everyone else that far ahead of us? Better hurry to catch up to the others before they leave us behind. After all, I'm not terribly interested in trying to walk all the way back to Vale. I mean, and we have teleport, I guess not with us. If you feel the same, then we better be hurrying. Isaac, Felix, we're off! This feels like a to be continued. Oh god, are you kidding me? Are you... like, is this really just like a to be continued bullshit? Oh, come on, you fucking kidding me. That's such bullshit. Okay, there's gotta be a post-game thing, right? There's gotta be. Skip all the endgame stuff. Okay, well now I need to like check where those last two, because there was I still need those two Mars ones. Go to that special area in Contigo there, so I have to look that up. Golden Sun, the very quintessence of alchemy's power. It's beginning. Wait for me, please wait. Wait until I reach the summit of Mount Aleph. Thanks to the GGs. Still sucks that I need to. It's probably like. Well, it still feels like we missed one elemental boss, which is probably behind where we need to have all the Jinn from. Yes, yeah. I got the Treasure Island. That was the first super boss I fought, and then I got the one where the turtles were there. Animus Sanctum 2. Which one's Animus Sanctum 2? There's the one where I need every single Jinn, so I was missing 2 fire Jinn. Okay, yeah. Well, that's the one I need the Jinn for, right? Welcome back, JD. So where's the last 2 fire Jinn? I mean, I could probably get them relatively quickly, right? Yeah, that one I went back when I got teleport. I went back to all the places where it was like, okay, well, where didn't I use abilities, right? The boat won't be after East. Let me look up the Golden Sun Lost Age Jinn. Alright, let's see. Was there like a different ending? Mercury, Venus, Mars. Okay, there was one at the lighthouse. After revitalizing the lighthouse, break the ice at the entrance. Walk in the rightmost. Oh yeah, there's that little ice. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, there's one there, so that's one. So there was one in the lighthouse after I did the thing. I just didn't go back to the entrance. Magma rock. Not gonna got that one. Contigo Village. You gotta use force in the stumps in Contigo Village. Wow, that's kind of a bullshit one. Alright, so there's the two I... have to try them out. At last, I have it. Eternal life and limitless power. At last, the power of nature is mine to control at its will. Rise, storms, rise up and unleash your might upon Vale in the foothills of Mount Aleph. Nothing? That's odd. I should have limitless power. So why can't I call up a simple storm? Who are you? I'm called the Wise One. The Wise One, Vale's protector? You wish to have limitless power? Wish to? I just got it. No, your power is nearly limitless, but it has boundaries. Nearly limitless? You speak in riddles. Can't you see? Power is mine. Yes, I also have nearly... You also have nearly endless life, and your synergy is somewhat stronger. You're trying to anger me. You have little taste for exactly how much power I have obtained. Look at me, my body's brimming with power. Get wrecked. How? What's going on? I should be all powerful. How can you defeat me? Somebody has a Wise One emote. That's great. You're not all powerful, Alex. Your power has its limits, as does your life. It cannot be. Who is responsible for this treachery? Who has robbed me of my dream? I, the Wise One, imbued the Mars star with some power of the forming golden sun. It rests even now in the hands of young Isaac. Why? Heavens and earth are changing, Alex. You must flee now. What? Mount Aleph will soon be drawn to the heart of the earth. You must flee or join it forever. Not yet. Flee? I can't flee. I can't even move. Ah yes, you now see the limits of your power. If you're swallowed by the earth, you may not survive. If you survive, perhaps we shall meet again someday. Oh yeah, of course I'll be saving on another slot. I want to go get those 2 gin. Do I ever save on the latest slot? Finally, we reached Vale. What's the matter, Garrett? You're finally home again, aren't you happy? Garrett's just worried about what happened to everyone in Vale. So, it's just over that last hill? Can't wait to see what your hometown looks like. This big crater. It's beautiful. I'm sure you'll like it, Piers. I'm just gonna close my eyes. If someone tell me if it's alright to open them. Me too. Would someone else see how things are? I'll go. Come with me, Felix. How's it look, Isaac? I'm almost there. It can't be. What is it, Isaac? Felix, say something. Wait, Felix is speaking? Felix's own second line in the entire game? Because I think once he said, like, what? For some reason. I'm sorry, Jenna, but Vale, it's... Mount Aleph, they're gone. What? This is terrible. Is that Mount Aleph? Mom? Dora. Mom, Dad. Isaac, Garrett, what can I do? What can I say to comfort you? The end. They're here somewhere. They have to be here. What can we do? How can we help them now? I don't know. Call out to them. Such a tragedy. I'll call them. Isaac, Garrett. I understand why you're feeling. I felt it too. It's so weird seeing Felix speak, but standing here won't bring them back. Let's go back to the vault. We can rest there and think. Your family's safe, Felix. You don't have to worry about them anymore. What am I supposed to do? I'm all alone now. Yeah. Speed bump Aleph. Aw, poor baby. Sheba, what's gotten into you? How could you say that to Garrett? Teehee, I wonder. Sheba, Mia, I think this is funny. Lost everyone, my whole family. Garrett, don't be so sad. I thought you might be a little more confident after your adventures. I got to see my brother crying. So you made it back, Garrett. I knew it would take more than this to beat you, son. Welcome home, Garrett. You look surprised to see us, Garrett. How did you survive? The Wise One warned us of danger. He guided us to safety. Everything was destroyed. Our homes, our town. But the Wise One saved you all. I'm not alone. You all made it out. Did Dora as well? No, she died. She's just like standing there by herself. Dora. Mom. Welcome home, Kyle, Isaac. You survived. So did you. Yep, pretty much, right? Longest hug ever. I know, right? Like, Kraden even just told them that. Actually, did he tell that? No. Yeah, he did tell them. He did tell them that, and then they're like, "Let me go tell everybody else." And they forgot 5 seconds later. The end. Question mark. All right, save. Cannot resume your adventure with this data. All right, so we need to reload this one here in order to go get those Jinn that we missed. It's about climate change the whole time, yep. Clear data. So the clear data is like give us some extra stuff. Alright, so there's one in the Mars Lighthouse. Let's go grab that one. Oh yeah, there's definitely a couple of super bosses I fought, which are definitely harder than the last boss I fought. Like the wizard dude was actually the first one I fought, and that one was actually pretty damn tough. It does nothing, yeah. Was it one of those things where they thought maybe like if they did make a sequel, or well, I mean they eventually did, then they could like import the save data, kind of like the first game to the second game kind of thing. And I guess they could technically have done that with the DS game, because if you had like the original DS that had the Game Boy Advance slot, you could have done something like that. Battle mode, yeah. Alright, so should be a Jinn in here somewhere. Of course not. Yeah, the first game, I mean, it's a year and a half away, or a year and a half behind. I mean, this game was fine, there's just way too much padding. That's my biggest complaint about this game, is that it felt like it was drawn out way too long. Like, this should have been like a 40-hour game. A 40-hour game with this would have been perfect. Perfect size, right? For a portable RPG, I mean, it's more than enough. It just felt like it just kept going and going and going. Just have you, like, just run around. Like, there's so many times where they get you to run back. You do, like, one thing here. Okay, let's move all the way over here. Okay, let's go all the way back over here. And, alright, let's go all the way back over here. You know, like, they just do that too much. Alright, Jinn. Hello? Hello? Not to the amount this game does. Like, it just felt like if they had or what they thought was 3/4 of a game, because it basically was, and they decided to make it like a full game just by adding this extra padding. That's what it felt like they did. Sorcerer's Tempest. And the other one's supposed to be in Contigo, which is where we need to go anyways, so. Fugue. You're supposed to drop their pee-pee. And Jenna's as powerful as she can be. Exactly, like I said, 40 hours would have been long enough for this. It just felt like they definitely wanted to make it like almost like a 60-hour game. Like, obviously, you can do it a lot quicker, but I mean, I did about as much as I could do in the game. Spent a lot of time, like, trying to find all the gin and stuff like that, and... So there's like a stump in here. Well, that one was meant to. Fatigue an enemy to drop their PP, I mean, come on. Like no other point in this game do you use like force to hit the stupid stumps. Like one over here. There's like zero indication there's anything in here. If let's say there was this thing was like poking its head out of or something like that, where it made it obvious. But come on, like this one is. There's no way anybody would find this one without a guide. Like, that one's impossible to find without a guide. All right, let's go see what we get in that. In the dungeon. Dazzles foes. Well, the difficulty was not hard. Like I said, the hardest boss is obviously that magician dude, and it was more of a battle of attrition than anything. Like, even though I fought him first, and definitely a way lower level than I am right now, so I definitely leveled up a few times since then. It wasn't that bad of a fight. Just took a long ass time. I'm surprised completing box that cheap, to be honest. Alright. Fire. Yeah, get an OBE for $8. While you still can. Alright, let's see what's in door number 2. Of course, another dungeon. Nope. We inherited the power of the land, create great darkness. You crave the power, attack the slate. Not really attacking the slate. Yeah, summon. This one better be the best summon. Charon. 8 Venus, Jesus. That's a lot of Venus. What else is in here? Brave Weight, and get some new enemies. Charon, the boatsman from the river Styx. Some animations are pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Of course, we're working on bosses, right? Jump. I wonder what the reward in this place is. You gotta summon on the way into the place. There's definitely no more Jin around. Maybe just a super weapon. Bombander. Guido. It's just the other path I could have taken. Yeah, they do that a lot. Not that you ever need to use them for any reason. Really missed. I gotta say, Jenna definitely has a nice heal. The group heals there. Group heals are kind of a requirement in this. It's pointless. Well, in this game, you know, I had enough stuff where I'd say this would be a decent 5. It's just definitely some stuff that irked me about it, but nothing enough to drop the score to like a 4, right? It's not a perfect game, but I mean, definitely be good value. I mean, back in the day. Some beefy boys here. Okay. Yeah, well, I put a lot of stuff on that increases my evasion, they call it, which increases criticals, which is a weird name for for, you know, increased criticals, evasion. Nine out of 10. I mean, if this game here would probably be a 9 out of 10 if I did like a 10 scale. It's just, but I don't. So it's a 5 out of 5. It's a 4.6 out of 5. .51 out of 5. Hey, Friendly Tonberry, what I compare it to? I mean, it's comparable to Golden Sun 1. No, it's like probably more like Lufia's, that kind of stuff, where you have it's like some puzzle elements in the dungeon crawling. Like it's not just pure, you know. I mean, like, the encounter rate is definitely quite feasible. The battles are nice and fast. There's definitely a mix of puzzle solving as well as actual, you know, battling. So there is that. So yeah, probably closer to Lufia than anything else. Game Boy Color Lufia was poop. You guys remember, this is a portable experience, right? It's a little unfair comparing it to like a even a 16-bit era console RPG. Right, there's obviously like some weird path here we have to take, right? It's been a while since I've seen like a group of 3. Something we haven't, like in the last couple dungeons, it's all been groups of 2 at the most. Very uncommon to get groups of 3. And we're not gonna kill one of them. Alright, JD. Yeah, when this came out, I mean, on the Game Boy Advance, I mean, definitely one of the better Game Boy Advance RPGs at this point. And, you know, you do have this save anywhere system, so for a portable game, you know, it's very easy just to pick up and play. Of course, if you save in the middle of a dungeon, you become completely lost when you come back, like a day or 2 later, because it'd be so easy to get lost. And I never really compared the power of the cursed weapon there that we gave to Ivan. I didn't really try that one too often. It's probably pretty strong. I wonder if it's on the level of Excalibur. Ow. Legend games. those weren't bad, but yeah, they were definitely... They're different. Oh, yeah. The braking... I done goofed. See if this even, I was gonna say, is see if this even helps in this dungeon. It probably doesn't. It's definitely some of the hardest enemies I've run into in this game. What does that have to... Oh, goddammit. What does that have to do with the shaking thing every time you move? It messed me up and I... like, took my up direction accidentally. Yeah. They wanted the snaps. I guess if they didn't... They probably had it before where it didn't kind of snap to that. And it, people were able to, like, I don't know, cheese the system. It's like that frickin' jerky thing every time, just like, why? Run away! If I use lift, I won't be able to push... Wait, how would I even do this one? Okay, I guess it lifts it far enough where you can push it under. Oops. Damn it. Once I get it above, I have to like push it back to position. There. This doesn't really matter which direction I put it, right? One down. What's the point of even doing that? Oh, I know. So otherwise I can't, wait. Okay. I love trying to pull things towards me. It's not gonna help. What am I supposed to get? I need to get down there in order to be able to cast lift. If I pull this back, then what? I guess I could just, okay, I see now. Let's go from the other side and then I can move it afterwards. Can't do it from this side. We're still adorable, I don't know. One day I'll play Persona 5, one day. Alright, now I can do it. Soon. Lee. Hope that lift doesn't cut off all of a sudden. What the hell? Neither of them crit. Yeah, what happens if we get haunted in the middle of a dungeon? We don't mean we get rid of haunt, do we? Like, leave the dungeon? Well, there is that, maybe that, summon there that can probably clear all negative effects like that. Anime News Network. I'm sure Anne is on Anime News Network as well. How did nobody crit? What the fuck? One time nobody crits. Alright, oops. The puzzle one? No, I have not. I've heard of it, but I've never played, nor have any interest in playing a Pokemon-centric or Calcon. I'm not interested in playing any sort of Pokemon-centric puzzle game. Well, every game series has to, you know, change over time, of course. I don't know if they'll ever go back to those kind of games. Move. Using move a lot in this. Strike. Japan commercials for you. Sky Dragon. Why, like, what the hell? How did nobody crit? It's so uncommon that we get times where like one person doesn't crit. Having all 4 people not crit is like way rarer than having 4 people crit. Apparently. Just disabled crits in the middle of the, so we have to build a spooter. Is there like a hidden object in the middle of these? Because I mean, they're in the shape of a reveal things. All right. Spooters. I should have put this in place first. What a hard puzzle. Do we get like a mega hover here or something? Oh. I need to get a mega hover. Oh. I'm the Shadow, the Keeper of Light. You want the sun's power? Show me your own. Crap. I didn't realize I was going to go into a boss. Doulahan. Can even prepare my Jinn to do like a super attack right off the bat. Oh well. Just murder him, I guess. It's probably gonna be a... Was he in the first game too? I don't remember. Crap. He's using Charon. This could be bad. Well, that's not fair. God damn it. Okay, that's... right there is the hardest boss right there. Just instantly killed 2 of my dudes right off the bat. And he hit me with something. I don't know what the hell that thing above my head is, but... it's probably not good, whatever it is. Did you just mute me? Is that what that is? That silence? Ow. Spirit ring broke, aw. Them. Fucking Charon. Great. I mean, number one, I wasn't prepared to go into this battle, which definitely doesn't help things. Well, rip all our gin. Yeah, this guy's definitely the super boss of the game. Fuck. Well, at least I don't have to worry about that drain anymore. Yeah, I know, right? Jesus. Sorry, I don't have revive at the moment. One damage. This is the only super boss, as far as I'm aware, that I haven't fought yet. Everybody's first now. But still need more before I can cast Revive. Fucking Charon. Wow. Nope. Can't use bomb yet. Or do. I got this, I got this. Yeah, this is a super boss that's... Wait, how did... What? Oh, V-Team. I forgot how to B team. It's like, oh yeah, I have these guys too. Yeah, I've got this. This is like the first time in the game I've actually had to use the B team. Can I revive the B team? Put him to sleep. These guys have got this. Yeah, you can. I never needed to do it. My A team is usually more than enough to handle anything. There goes the B team. Surprised nobody died in that one. Resistance. That does nothing. Oh, there goes the rest of our gin. Obviously we have no chance in hell here, so let's see if I kind of prepare ahead of time. What was my last save before that point? Probably like pretty far, because I didn't realize I was running into a boss. Oh fuck, right at the beginning? Yeah, I'm not doing that again. Either way, what's he gonna give us? It looked like he was blocking another summon. So we've just gotten like a mega summon. It was fun trying anyways. So that's definitely the super boss of this game. Alright, so yeah. So that's game 359 completed, at least. Summons Iris summon, the strongest in the game, yeah. It's one of those, like, if you can defeat the strongest enemy in the game, you don't need the strongest summon in the game, right? Exactly. It's always like that. When they give you, like, the ultimate thing, by defeating the ultimate thing, like, well, okay. Omega, whatever, yeah. I'm sure there's some cheese methods of killing them, but yeah. Alright, so we can say goodbye to Golden Sun for like, a long time now, because won't be playing the next one until much later. So we can say goodbye to that. Bye, Golden Sun.